We are live. It's
Hello,
unbelievable.
everybody.
Welcome in, y'all. Hey, it's Brian Gann. Charity's off today.
Yeah, Charity's first day of school is today.
Mom thing she does. Did you get your Barry Manilow
Kemper.
tickets yet?
Sorry, I had the mics off, Chris.
Kemper, did you get your Barry Manilow tickets yet?
Morning, Rooster. Morning, Travis. Morning, Kemper.
And if not, heads will
morning,
roll.
Morning, Sam.
Here.
Morning, RK. Morning, Tommy. Morning, Ray.
From 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., that needs to be Andrew Zimmel's mission.
Yes.
Get answers.
Yes.
And get tickets into people's hands.
Yes.
RK, welcome in. Rooster, Ray, Tommy, RK.
Hey, she got
Kemper got her tickets. Thank God in heaven. And our special guest at 6:40 this morning,
Barry Manilow.
Mr. Barry Manilow, on this show.
He doesn't like us to call him Mr. anymore. It's just Barry.
He prefers we call him Barry. Woo. Thank God for coffee.
Did you watch any Cowboys game yesterday?
I watched a lot of it. I watched a lot of the first
watched
half.
More than I thought I was going to.
Into the third quarter.
Is it nice that
Trey Lance not
is
exactly watering eyes?
Clint Longley's number?
Yeah, that's interesting. Not exactly making me forget about Roger and Troy yet. I did not see this. So how was this?
It was I mean, he jumped off. He jumped off here, gets on a motorcycle, gets on a plane, and parachutes into L.A. and changes the sign in Hollywood. That's what he did. So the other part was done first. This is what he did live, which is kind of impressive. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Takes the flag from the mayor and from her, Simone. Morning, Jacob.
We're watching Tom Cruise's bit from the Olympics.
I took a nice nap during the closing ceremonies, woke up for the Tom Cruise stuff. Which, by the way, she sent that thing out at 1:01 yesterday. I was back to her by 1:02 and had to go back and forth with her to get a time.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, and Noah Pelka today, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He's gone. He's back tomorrow.
That's ridiculous that it happened again. Trevin, welcome.
Travis.
Good morning, Tim. Tim from the Philippines. Jacob C. Hernandez. Man, Kemper, I'm so glad you got your tickets. And we got to confirm with Dude on the date.
I will. I'm going to call him probably tomorrow and make sure he got his dinner stuff.
Now, do we know yet if my people are doing weather on Ken's Live?
Yeah, it's your people.
It is my people. Okay.
Yeah. And it's back to school, everybody. Up in the morning and off to school. Teachers teaching the golden rule. And we're back. So no Northside yet. When does NISD start?
Oh.
Let's find out. What do you say? Hey, what do you say? Smuggle drugs.
I'm glad they impounded vehicles. Good.
Well, they should have. Okay, that's 2023. I'm on 2024. There we go. Well, it says that they're in school. Wait, hang on. First day of school is next Monday for NISD.
Okay.
The 19th. Teachers are working this week. But first day of school is the 19th, and the last day of school is May 29th. Okay.
Yeah, Sam, no big revelation there. Preseason is preseason.
Yeah.
It ain't no big thing.
But it looks like Jerry now knows that they got to pay CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
Just don't pay Dak.
Let Dak walk. I'm done.
Bye-bye.
Take that $60 million, get a rookie quarterback on a rookie salary, spread it around.
Yeah. Yeah. What he said.
Pay Micah Parsons, pay CeeDee Lamb, get some other quality players.
So no Charlie.
Jacob, welcome in.
No Charlie on Friday.
Say that again?
Charlie didn't show up.
It was shocking. Yes.
Told you had a dentist appointment.
Okay.
So.
The only thing I saw was the announcement that he sent out, which I missed it. It came at 8:41, and Charity said, you didn't announce it. I said, announce what? And she said that to me at like 9:05. I said, I wasn't looking at my phone the final 20 minutes of the show.
Amen, Ben.
Ben, you know the truth. Dak Prescott
is a great regular season quarterback. He's a good regular
Tony
season.
Romo 2.0.
Yeah.
I like Tony Romo. I like Dak Prescott. Tony didn't, and Dak won't lead the Cowboys to the Super Bowl. Dak will never win 2 consecutive playoff games for the Cowboys. You need to win 3 or 4.
Yeah. That'd be nice.
We've seen this movie. Let's move on.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, I found out Def Leppard is closing the shows.
Really?
Yes.
Not
no.
Journey. Interesting.
And it has been that way the entire tour. They do exactly the same amount of songs.
Okay.
So
I might get to leave early then. Because of the 3, I'm just not a Def Leppard person.
And Def Leppard will put on the better show at all 3 of them.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
That's fine, but
guaranteed.
It's just not my thing. Pantsuit Patty's coming up.
Oh boy, can't wait to miss that.
Yeah.
See, a lot of this right here. I saw a lot of this yesterday.
Yeah. Arredondo.
Yeah. They want all these people to be fired. They want charges on all these people. And it's been 2 years, guys.
Well, it's been 2 years, and unless somebody's a commander,
that's it.
Like Arredondo,
those are the people that need to be.
If you're a regular cop looking for orders, now granted, it would have been great if there were some John Waynes who just said, "I'm going in."
Yeah. Well, that's what it needed. Some John Waynes. Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. How was Randy?
Randy was good, as always.
Doing all right?
No one insulted him.
Nobody yelled at him?
Yeah.
Stand by.
Yeah, he was tremendous.
He always is. He's Randy freaking Beamer, man.
He's Randy. He's the Elvis of San Antonio television news anchors.
Amen.
Suck it, Chris Maru. I keyed. Welcome into this beautiful day, Monday, August 12th, 2024, 7 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, 23 days until the first first presidential debate between Trump and Harris, we think. We kind of think maybe not. 26 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL regular season against the Baltimore Ravens. 80 days until Halloween and 85 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy is helping her daughter go to first grade for the first time ever.
Wow.
And Mr. T is back.
I am back. And look, the first day of school for your first child is a big deal.
Yes.
After that, it's the same thing over. Now, I feel sorry for the second kid.
Yes. Now, for us as boys, once we got to like third grade-ish, it was like, all right.
Yeah, I'm going.
Are we going to have good-looking girls in our class?
Yes. What do you mean third grade? First grade.
Or will they be in the other class?
Yes.
I wasn't as girl crazy as you were in first and second grade. Actually, in second grade, I had a little crush. But no, by third, it was, because usually there were two classes at Glen Oaks Elementary School. Wow. There were like 2 third grade classes, 2 fourth grade classes, 2 fifth grade classes, and you wanted to have the higher quality crop.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. In your class, ideally. Although I had no idea what to do with them anyway.
Yeah, well, that was that. Chase them around the playground was the best thing.
What to go up and say to them.
Yeah, it's the first day of school for a lot of schools today.
It's a big, big day.
Yeah.
Now, our alma mater school district, Northside Independent School District, you are a J high school grad. I'm a Holmes High School grad. They don't go till next week.
Yeah.
Because we are underachievers.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Don't force them to go early because it won't work.
That's what got us into the position we're in today. Underachieving. Tell you what, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, Wednesday, all 3 days, highs 100, 101. It is 79 degrees in Alamo Heights, 78 at the Snake Farm, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
Okay, I got to ask you.
Yeah.
You've been in radio a long time.
Yeah.
The traffic guy's name is Dan Miles.
Yeah.
Is that a real name?
No.
Okay. Just traffic people typically have the name Miles or Highway or
lane closure.
Lane closure. Exactly.
It was one of the best ones ever.
Lane closure. And that was on WII, right?
Yes, it was.
Lane closure. Dan Miles.
Yes.
If you're going to just say, I'm Miles and Miles of Texas. That should be his name.
Ooh, there you go.
Tex Miles.
Tex Miles. I like it.
Dan, think about Tex. I'm Tex Miles.
Tex Miles.
Just saying.
Got a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Speaking of rings, Olympics are over.
A little bittersweet, but man, we were treated to some pretty damn good moments.
It was awesome. Yeah. It was awesome. I watched it, and don't shoot me for this. I watched a little bit of the breakdancing, and notice how I said a little bit. I was confused. First of all, second of all, it's breakdancing. What's it doing in the Olympics, man?
Ridiculous.
Where's pickleball?
Well, yeah. Pickleball is much more of an Olympic sport than breakdancing. Let's talk for a moment, both men's and women's basketball. The dream matchup I was talking about since February.
It did.
France and Victor Wembanyama versus Team USA. It was a good game.
Yes, it was.
Up until late. France cut it to 3 late in the fourth quarter, and then Steph Curry said, hold my beer. I'm going to do what I do.
Yes, because it's his only Olympics.
Yeah.
He won't be back for another one, and this is it. So, yeah, he was – look, if Victor Wembanyama had some help, it would have been, man, it could have gone the other way.
And I know I'm an old man, get off my lawn, and I know Steph Curry was playing for Team USA, but the whole pound my chest, shake and shimmy.
Act like you've been there.
Do like I'm putting you to sleep. God bless David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker for never hot dogging after a big shot.
Act like you've been there, man.
Act like you've been there.
Even Big Shot Rob didn't do that when we had him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because it's called dignity.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the women's
I watched that
biter
game, and I'll tell you what, man. I believe I heard Brian Windhorst say 10 centimeters was the difference between tying that game and forcing it into overtime and losing. She stepped on the line, and it was a heck of a shot.
Wow.
Heck of a shot. It was a great game.
The French.
Yeah, the French girl.
Player.
The French girl. They're down by 3. It's like 4 seconds left.
Buzzer shot.
And she got the ball, caught it, and threw it up in one motion, but her foot was on the line, and it went in, and it would have gone into overtime. It was a great game. I mean, they gave the USA a run.
And I saw cool photos of Victor Wembanyama in the crowd supporting the women, wearing his silver medal.
Yes, he was.
Cool. We got a lot coming up. This is a very special day if you love classic rock and roll music. We will explain, and we got a question for you coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:15. I saw blue jerseys and I thought career-ending injury for somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I was a little bummed out.
I hate blue jerseys for the
So
Cowboys.
do I. I don't know why we do that. Why do we continue to do that stupid stuff? Today is National Vinyl Record Day.
Yes. Well, we can even play that early one if it's good.
What's that? I don't have TalkBack. I just have an email.
Oh, it was an email. Okay.
Yes.
I thought it was TalkBack.
Oh, wait. I lied. I do have one. Yep.
Very cool,
okay.
Rooster.
Okay. I do have one. From Stephen in Lytle.
Wow. And he mentions?
Yeah. It's all about.
Wow.
Yeah. He sent me an email with a picture. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right. So we got one to seed it with.
Rooster, thank you for Rooster is good friends with a family member, actually, of married into his family. A guy I grew up with in my neighborhood, 2 streets over, went to elementary school, Patton F. Middle School, and Holmes High School with Ross Vale. And Ross had a sister named Carla Vale.
Ooh.
And Carla, you wanted Carla in your class first day of school.
You wanted Carla anywhere.
You just wanted
you
Carla.
Know, we called her all the time.
Yes. And once again, if my last name were Vale, like Ross Vale, my son would be Noah.
Or Vicky.
I would name my son Noah. The pass goes to Noah Vale. Excuse me, he caught it.
My daughter's name would be Vicky Vale.
Vicky Vale.
From Batman.
Nice.
Okay.
First team All-Olympic team, Victor Wembanyama.
Of course.
Thank you.
Dude, he was great, man. He had a great game against the United States.
Good for him. One more accolade. We'll take it.
But I'm telling you, Rudy Gobert was a disappointment.
And every time the two of them were on the court together, I was saying to myself, all right, we're going to have great defense because Rudy Gobert's Defensive Player of the Year.
He was not that great.
No. Hector Gomez, good morning. Hector, you had a birthday last week, I do believe. I think I wished you happy birthday on Facebook.
I sent him a cake.
If I did or if I didn't.
Kidding, I did not.
Happy belated birthday, Hector Gomez. And remember, Hector, Gomez law fights. And is that when you hear that, do you want to fight a little bit?
And they care.
Yeah. Gomez law fights.
And cares.
Yes.
You know, that guy sold his harriswaltz.com to or harriswalls.com to their
for how much?
15 grand. A $9 investment, 15 grand. I know.
Grand.
You should ask for 150 and settle for 100.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just using campaign donations. What the heck, man? It's not like you're. Yeah, I guess he wasn't being greedy. So Andrew looked up how much lost revenue would be if you did not tax tips in the first, I think he said 2 years, $150 billion or something like that. It ain't going to happen. They're not going to do that.
No. And they both know it.
I know. It's a lie.
And now Kamala Harris has joined in.
Lying.
But they both
lying.
They both know it's not
They're lying.
Yeah.
I can't believe politicians lying.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Stand by.
San Antonio's first news on the YouTube stream. Rooster asks, what's the question? I'm about to get on the road. Rooster, when you get on the road, turn on your radio.
Yes, it works like that. Yes.
It has something to do with rock and roll. It has something to do with classic rock and roll. It has something to do with rock and roll that we grew up with, and we're moments away from posing the question.
Yes. So I would say on the other side of traffic and weather, headlines, traffic, and weather together will give you the answer.
That's a great idea. In fact, in for Charity McCurdy, Brian Gann, what stories are you following?
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. All 3 days, highs 100, 101, but it will feel hotter. It is 79 degrees at the Pearl downtown, 78 in Cibolo, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 521.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy with the day off. She's helping her daughter go to first grade for the first time. It's a big day in Charity's family. I look forward to hearing all about it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. He's Mr. T. I'm Chris. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew in charge of our YouTube stream. It's very, very cool. And there's lots of cool peeps in there. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. You not only see us and realize why we're on radio and not television, but you can chat in real time with us and with some other fine people who are hanging out with us this morning, including Kemper, who got her Barry Manilow
tickets.
Thank
God.
Speaking of Barry Manilow, who's going to be on the show at 6:40 this morning?
I'm going to go with Barry Manilow.
Barry Manilow? Yes, that Barry Manilow.
Yeah, and we're talking the show is Thursday.
My God. He's, San Antonio on Thursday on this show, 6:40
today.
This morning. That's very, very cool.
It's very cool.
So, Mr. T, you love your classic rock and roll music, as do I, as does Charlie Parker, as does Charity McCurdy. That would make today a special day.
Today is National Vinyl Record Day.
Woo!
And so it brought up the question, what are some of the best album covers of all time? Because I can think of a few right off the top of my head. I love the Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers.
Had a little zipper on it.
Yes, it
you
did.
Pull the zipper up and down on some, well, I'm guessing those were mix.
Well, see, there's a,
we don't know.
No, actually we do. It was a guy that was hanging out with Andy Warhol in his studio. Because they did I saw a behind the music.
You know that because you're a Rolling Stones freak.
Yes, it was some guy nobody knew.
That must be Mick Jagger's crotch.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
When you brought up National Vinyl Record Day and what are the best album covers ever, first one popped into my head, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It was so innovative.
Yes, it was.
With that collage of so many people, including modern day Beatles and the old school Beatles. It was just amazing.
And every time you looked at it, you saw something different.
Yeah.
At least that's what happened to me. And I used to look at it all the time. Same thing with Elton John's Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Every time I saw that album and was looking at it while I was listening to it, that was the greatest thing about albums. You know, the artwork, you could go listen to it and go through the album, the liner notes and all that. It was cool.
Nothing like, and I would go to Record Hole on Babcock and Callahan. And nothing like going through albums. You were a kid. You had maybe $10 on you.
Yes, you could maybe buy one album, but you're looking at all of them.
Yeah, you're in that record store for an hour looking at all of them. It was just so very, very cool. So, Mr. T, we have a question for the people officially.
Yeah, the official question is best album cover ever to you. Yes. The one that just hit you. And we've already got an input because we did a video earlier this morning, and apparently Stephen from Lytle, the school teacher, does his homework. Watch the video. So here's what he said in.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lytle. In the late 70s, they released this classical album about the planets. This English composer wrote a suite. Each movement's about a different planet. And it looks like the old Battlestar Galactica, like almost like an Egyptian these two people with ray guns. They're trying to appeal to the Star Wars crowd. Star Wars had just come out. Mr. T, I sent you an email with the picture. You got to see this to believe it. Just look it up. You'll have a great laugh. Have a good day.
Very cool.
Yeah. And he did send a picture. Look, Chris.
Oh,
it does. It doesn't it look like
outstanding.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Ray Reyes on the YouTube stream on the chat says "Bat Out of Hell" by Meatloaf.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
Bat Out of Hell was spectacular.
And I was a big fan of the Ohio Players Honey album.
Ooh. Okay, if you're going to bring up the Honey album by the Ohio Players, you know where I'm going.
Yes, I do.
I'm a young kid. My brother Greg was a student at Southwest Texas State College. It was not a university at the time. He had an album by Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. It was Whipped Cream.
And it was fantastic.
And on the cover was a woman wearing nothing but whipped cream.
Yes.
And I do believe she was licking her fingers.
I
kind of noticed that.
Yeah.
All righty then. We want to hear from you. What's the best album cover of all time? Hit us up on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Coming up, Kamala Harris copies a Donald Trump position, an innovative position on tips. We'll get into that and more. WOAI News Time 526.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
I have audio, by the way.
Oh, cool.
Of her, and then I have Donald Trump reacting to it as well.
So it's Kamala and Trump.
Yeah, I'll put them back to back.
Okay.
I got to listen to him real quick, though. Hang on, Pete.
We are going.
Cool.
And we're back.
Okay, what does that mean? Mr. T, Cindy got the tickets from Bob Beavers.
That's
what does that mean?
Bob and Cindy got their tickets. That's the.
Oh, that is the Bob.
Yes.
See, Bob, I forget. Good.
Beautiful.
Thank God.
Now, Bob, did you get my envelope that I sent you?
Yeah, Bob, did you get what Tim sent you for dinner? And Bob, we would like a full report on
Friday morning. Yes.
Now, do we get them each separately, Tim?
At first, not yet. Okay, I just sent it out Thursday, so you should get it. I think we put them on together, but talk to them separately and then put them on at the same time.
Whatever you want to do. Sounds good.
Yeah. So how was it, Cindy?
Yes.
All right, Bob, how was it, really?
Well, Barry was good.
The Black Album from Metallica was a good album cover.
The Beatles' White Album was an excellent album.
Scorpions' Virgin Killer. Love Drive was great. I like Love Drive. Some Girls.
Oh, God. Some Girls was
Girls was a great album cover.
Great album cover. Yes.
The Gods, Chariots of Fire.
Cheech and Chong, Big Bamboo. And
great.
had rolling. You open it up, you had a big old rolling papers.
A giant rolling paper, actually.
Big Bamboo.
I was a fan of the Wedding album as well.
Los Cochinos. They were in a car.
Yeah.
You'd pull the car out of the sleeve, and it had on the interior of the car door, you had all this weed.
Foghat Live album, yeah. See, and there were so many things. Look, it's so hard to roll a joint on a CD cover and clean your weed on a CD cover. It's just horrible.
Kids these days.
I know. They got it rough, man. Fragile. Yes, was a great album cover, too. Remember that one.
When Brian does the news, I'm going to jet out for just a moment.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Walk outside, too.
Dio, Holy Diver.
Oh, that was a good one, man. That was a really good one.
Let me see if you Google.
Oh, Kansas Leftoverture. Very cool. Animal Magnetism Scorpions, another good one. Oh, yeah. You want to give us more than one? I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came up with the list. I looked at it a few. But the one from, I think it was Billboard magazine, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band number 11.
Disagree.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Yeah, big time.
Well, and see, I'm going to Rolling Stone. They've got like Beyonce album.
Yeah, I know. Lemonade.
No, come on.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Look at the top 20 here. Is it going to take me there? See, Rolling Stone, you got to go through all the.
I know. I don't like that.
Stop it. All these pop-ups.
I know. It's ridiculous. All right, so we got 2 right now.
The who's next?
It was a good one. It was decent.
Relieve themselves on the monolith.
Yeah. Foghat Live, another good one. I like that one. Alan from Adkins.
Beyonce Lemonade. 2016.
No.
We're talking classic. Beatles, number 14, Sgt. Pepper.
See, how is that even possible?
Bite Me, Rolling Stone magazine.
It should be number 1.
Yes. Some millennial wrote this.
Yeah, of course.
Who has no concept.
Of course.
Nirvana.
Now they're gonna
Nevermind. I can see that was innovative. The Baby in the Water.
Yeah.
That could be top 20.
That was cool.
It's number 10 according.
That was cool.
Number 9, ahead of Sgt. Pepper, according to Rolling Stone magazine. Cyndi Lauper. She's so unusual.
No way.
It's Cyndi Lauper just freaking dancing.
No.
That's better than Sgt. Pepper.
No,
That
it's
is
not.
Horse. Can I, since we're at commercial, can I say that's horse shit?
No, you can, yes.
Okay.
It is wrong. It's just wrong in so many ways. I'm sorry, but that's
number 6, Patti Smith. Horse.
Okay, come on. It wasn't even that good of an album.
No.
So, no. All right, they're not going to hear anything, though.
Then leave the mics on, and we'll be back. Whoever walks back in can...
we're going to step away for a second. You're not going to hear anything, but enjoy the view.
Yeah, enjoy the view. And then
Thank you.
But yeah, leave them. Whoever comes back in will...
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be back. All right. We're back. Woohoo! Northeast Independent School District going back to school. That's the That's the school district that Charity's daughter is in. I'm guzzling more coffee. Because I need it. Because it's a Monday morning. Just so it's like when somebody walks in the door and they make eye contact with me, I feel like if I don't wave, I'm being
rude. You're rude.
But I can tell like she's like,
oh,
like
not
rather
again.
not wave. She's holding her coffee and so, but it's like I don't want to be rude.
Oh yeah, Trump's campaign was hacked by Iranian operatives.
Really?
What are you saying? That's what Erin's talking about. Which, by the way, I got an email from her Friday that she was trying to call in and it was busy. Sent her email the week before that saying every Friday. Yeah. So apparently she didn't read the whole email.
You know, I had the thought early in the show.
Well,
should I remind her? And I then it slipped my mind. Oh, I still haven't got to the top. Okay, number 5 best album cover ever. Notorious B.I.G. Ready to Die.
No.
Number 4, Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon.
Which is iconic, but I don't think it's that great.
Yeah.
You know, it's iconic as hell.
Number 3, Sly and the Family Stone. There's a riot going on.
Yeah.
Number 2, The Beatles' Abbey Road.
Which was okay, but
Sgt. Pepper's is
better. Definitely better.
And the number 1 greatest album
and
cover
they're
ever.
saying Beyonce Lemonade, right? Joy
Division, Unknown Pleasure. What a stupid, nothing album cover that is.
What? What?
Yeah,
okay, here we go.
Good. Paisley Lane.
Where the hell is Paisley Lane?
No idea.
I don't know, but they need to just, come on, people. So ridiculous. What kids do for entertainment these days, I just don't get it, Back in my day, Chris.
Okay, Cassandra is missing.
Yeah, she's
anybody check with the boyfriend or significant other?
Or ex-boyfriend. Yeah. Yes.
That will be your guilty party and in all probability the killer.
Yeah. Man, I can't tell you how many hours I spent looking at album covers while I was listening to albums. I mean, that was the coolest thing about it. CD covers, man, not so much. And when you got to open up the thing and unfold it to read anything about it, it's just too much work, man.
Yeah, then you got to put it back in.
Yeah, then you got to try to fold it back up and put it back in. Yeah. Not a fan. But apparently Vinyl Records making a comeback.
Steve DeRocco is in here.
The Rock.
The original Rock.
The Rock.
Travis, Jacob, Bob. Going on a big Barry Manilow date on Thursday night. Louie.
Now, Bob, you and Cindy have not had a pre-date yet, have you?
It's okay. If you have, you can tell us.
No problems, man.
That would have been probably a good...
I would have probably gone that way.
Go out on a test drive.
Oh, and the Molly Hatchet albums, man. Frank Frazette was the artist. All Molly Hatchet albums were fantastic. Their album covers were great.
I never had a Molly Hatchet album.
Here they are. Look. Very gothic.
Very cool. Now I remember.
Yeah.
I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I never purchased one back in the day.
Oh, they were great, man. Molly Hatchet was fun. I like me some Molly Hatchet.
Frankie, welcome in.
Poor man's Leonard
Louie,
Skinner.
Rooster back in here.
We got to remember when Brian's in. We're later as hell, man.
Oh, crap. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I went a minute over it.
I know, but still. When he's in, because there's no... It's... Yeah.
Okay.
But luckily, the only time we really got to worry about it is at 7 o'clock hour.
Well, Bob Beavers is on row 27.
Is he really?
Yeah, that's pretty
damn good.
Pretty damn good.
For making him wait, that's not bad at all. Is Kemper still in there?
I think so.
Kemper, do you have your tickets handy? Where are you sitting?
And Kemper and Bob, again, so sorry that
it took like an act of Congress to get
forever.
your tickets. Yes,
it shouldn't happen that way.
No.
Seats 7 and 8. Oh, row 27. Oh, good. Kemper's in Bob's section.
Right on.
Very cool. So Kemper, Bob, if it's not going well with Cindy, Kemper, I'm just saying.
Great. Some controversy.
Bob, you may have options. I keyed. Kemper, I keyed.
Okay, the gambler.
Or do I?
Gambler. Okay. Kenny Rogers, a gambler.
Yeah, he was. I remember that. I had the 8-track.
It was good.
He was.
It was good.
He was like dealing cards.
Yeah. But he knew when to hold them and he knew when to fold them, Chris.
He knew when to walk away.
He knew when to run.
He never counted his money.
While you're sitting at the table.
Because he knew there'd be time enough for counting.
When the dealing's done.
What? So much useless information in our brains.
I know. Together. 42 by the time we get this. That's all right. Chris,
Bob could say, Cindy, I can get you an Uber home. Kemper and I are going to the after party with Barry.
58, by the way. 58 is your out, yes. Good news is
Kemper's bringing her friend Jolene.
Oh, Jolene.
So Bob suddenly has 3 options.
You know what, Bob? You're sitting pretty,
Cindy,
brother.
Kemper, Jolene.
Wow.
I'm kidding, Kemper, but it is funny. Come on now.
Very funny.
Very
funny.
Just trying to help a guy out.
And I know funny. Are you going to call for the audio early?
Yes.
Okay.
Very early.
How early, Chris? Because I need to know.
Rooster says, kidding. Bob, don't ditch Cindy for Kemper. Why would you say that, Rooster?
Yeah, Rooster, what's up with that, man?
Rooster, maybe he wants to ditch Cindy for Kemper.
Man, starting all kinds of trouble, aren't we?
And then Jolene could drive home with Cindy.
There you go. Stand by.
Okay. San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy with the morning off. Mr. Brian Gann in for her. That is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. Well, for weeks and weeks and weeks on the campaign trail, you heard Donald Trump saying service workers who get tips will no longer be taxed on those tips when Donald Trump gets back into office. Well, Kamala Harris said, hold my beer.
We will continue our fight for working families of America, including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
We are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips.
Okay, I got to ask you, Mr. T. So
yes.
This has been a Trump campaign issue for weeks.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris over the weekend goes, oh, I'll do that too. Smart move by her, or is she just ripping off Donald Trump?
I think she's ripping off Donald Trump, but I don't think either one of them can do this when they look at the amount of money that they're talking. Estimated $150 to $200 billion over the next 10 years.
Repeat that, 150
to 200 billion.
Billion with a B.
Over the next 10 years if they quit taxing tips. Now, those are just the ones that people, claim.
Correct.
Yeah, because
and this is it. Now we're going to be a little cynical here, but sometimes we do that. I think you're onto something. Mm-hmm. Congress would have to approve that, and Congress are bought and paid for by lobbyists and special interest groups, and $150 to $200 billion going to service workers. Service workers are not pharmaceutical companies. Nope. Service workers are not defense contractors. Service workers, by definition, don't have a lot of power. So Congress is not going to serve their interest both Republican and Democrat, if you
No,
ask me.
so if you ask me, this is a campaign promise that will never be fulfilled, which happens a lot, Chris.
I'm shocked.
I know, but it does
Politicians
happen.
Making campaign promises, knowing that they could never actually happen.
Because come on, they've been in politics for a while. They know that they can't pull this off.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah. So mark the tape, mark our words, even though they both now say they will do it. And Donald Trump said it first by weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. We don't expect that either candidate, if once they get in office, because one of them will, barring some kind of shocking anomaly, we don't expect either candidate to be able to deliver on that campaign promise.
No, and it's what it is, a campaign promise.
Yes.
That's it.
Just if you like it, vote for the candidate of your choice. Coming up, we go back in time in flashback. But what year will we land in? Then we're going to hear from you. What is the best album cover ever on this National Vinyl Record Day? WOAI News Time, 546.
And we're back. All right. Got enough to get it started. Let's get it started in here.
RK is in the house. Always good to
RK.
see RK. RK is on the Mount Rushmore of talkback participants. Kemper is on that Mount Rushmore. Bell and Stephen from Lytle. That would be our Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
But by saying that, we just totally dissed Rooster. Totally dissed Rooster. Rooster, we maybe, I hope Bell's not watching. We maybe bump Bell from Mount Rushmore.
Ooh, or they can arm wrestle.
Rooster. I don't know, man. Rooster is very strong. RK says, I'm pretty sure that tip workers vote. Totally agree, RK. And that's why both of them want their votes.
Sure.
But as far as a powerful lobbying group with
not.
money to
They're
pay
not.
off Congress members,
It is not them.
because sadly, that's how things get done in D.C.
Yep.
So the Congress people, if they're told by the pharmaceutical companies or the health insurance companies or defense contractors, no, you don't want to cut that $150 to $200 billion that you would lose from tips because you don't want to cut our money. I just think it's a very cynical view, I know, but I think it's a realistic view, sadly. Okay, it sucks the way lobbyists and special interest groups can hijack our democracy.
Buy democracy, in other words.
Yeah.
Good morning, Frankie.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Better than Frankie Goes to Lavernia. It's not that great of an album.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
And you don't just relax in Lavernia. You know, come on.
RK says, so billions to them is pocket change. Could be.
Yeah, that's true. But still, no, it's never going to happen, guys.
Well, and that's why the minimum wage rarely goes up. Because it's not a constituency that politicians serve.
No. Cos MCs? What the hell?
Cosmics? What is Cosmic?
Some fancy McDonald's.
Really?
Yeah.
Or West Side.
Okay.
West Side.
Cosmic.
Oh, that's right. It's McDonald's rebranding some. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care. You can put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig.
Frankie, I agree with that. And I am on the side of service workers.
But Congress is never going to let it happen.
Yeah, I'll take service workers over pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies any day.
Any day. All right. Stand by. Here we go.
It is time to go back in time, but what year are we landing in? See if you can figure it out. We will try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. Don't quit your day job.
Please.
Mr. T, when was that Woodstock revival?
94.
94? I'll go with you. Let's find out. Mr. T knows his Woodstock revival.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Brian Gann in for charity. What stories are you following?
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. All 3 days, highs 100, 101, but it's going to feel hotter. It is 79 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 78 in Cibolo, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52.
San Antonio's first news, E.J. Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew in charge of our YouTube broadcast. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. RK is in there. There's a great chat going on. Kemper and Bob, who are going to the Barry Manilow concert. Bob is going with Cindy. I see Rooster. I see Travis. I see lots of very, very cool people.
And a very special thank you to Andrew for getting the people their Barry Manilow tickets.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
Andrew Zimmel did the fighting for
yeah, sorry, but
for
he
those
did.
tickets. Yeah, big props to Andrew Zimmel. I'll just mention, Bob is going with Cindy.
Yes.
Two listeners that had never met before. Kind of good. We found out that Kemper is on the same row.
I know.
As Bob.
And she's bringing Jolene.
And I'm just.
I know, you're instigating
Bob,
things.
Although Bob's going to be with Cindy on their first date,
yes.
I'm just, if things don't go swimmingly with Cindy, you got Kemper and Jolene sitting next to you.
It's nice to have options.
I'm just saying.
It really is.
I'm just, it's up to Bob.
Yeah.
And it's up to Kemper and Jolene. And
I was going to say it has a lot more to do with them, but yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I digress. Today is National Album Cover Day.
Well, it's actually National Vinyl Record Day. We're turning it into Album Cover Day.
Yeah.
See, we're switching it.
Thank you for the correction.
Hey, no worries.
National Vinyl Record Day. If you're old enough to have been in a record store in the 60s or 70s, even the early 80s, flipping through album covers and looking at the artwork on a big cardboard album cover. I mean, CDs are so small, cassettes even smaller.
Oh, man.
The artwork now on your phone, if you listen to Apple Music or Spotify or whatever, it was a completely different world.
Yes, it was.
And we are asking you a question.
Yeah, we're asking you on this National Vinyl Record Day, what's the best album cover of all time, in your opinion?
Okay, you and I each have to pick one. I stick with Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. God, you got to pick one.
I'll pick Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy by Elton John in close second with Goodbye Yellow Brick Road from Elton John as well. I know. I'm hedging my bets here. All right, let's head to the people. Let's go to Atkins, Texas.
Hi, this is Alan from Atkins. I gotta say that the coolest that I can remember is the Foghat Live album, but I think what gets lost in covers is the sleeve, which are just as entertaining and cool as the album covers. Thanks. Have a good day.
That is my neighbor, Alan.
He makes a very good point.
Yes, he does.
The sleeve was very, very cool.
It was. And check it out. They had liners. I mean, the inside, they had the lyrics on the liner notes of the songs. You know, now you got to Google it.
Speaking of sleeves, so Los Cochinos by Cheech and Chong, they're driving a car. So you pull out the sleeve, and the sleeve had the interior of the car door, and they had all this bags of weed and pot and all hidden in their car.
Yeah, it was Cheech and Chong.
It was Cheech and Chong.
It was Cheech and Chong.
Yeah.
All right, Rooster's checking in.
Good morning, Chris and Tim. Hey, it's Rooster. I delayed my start time on the road, but hey, here we go. I'd say Kansas, the Left Overture album was pretty cool, and Animal Magnetism from the Scorpions. You know, the gum on the titty. You know, that's pretty cool as well. There's probably a lot more that I could talk about, but I'll leave it at that. You guys have a great one.
He's right.
And he mentioned Kansas. Most, if not all, Kansas album covers were pretty darn artistic.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Kind of like Molly Hatchet. Woo! Molly Hatchet had some great album covers. All right, let's check in with Kemper.
Good morning on this Back to School Monday. Kenny Rogers is one of my favorites. I loved his Gambler vinyl cover. I have 3 little grandsons in Florida who also love the song The Gambler. We play a lot of Uno, but the last round every night, one of the boys is Kenny Rogers for the night. We watch the throwback video, and that little guy goes to bed a winner.
That is so cool.
It is.
As I recall, the Gambler album by Kenny Rogers, he's like he's dealing cards.
Yes.
So he looks like
he's got the armbands
he's got
on,
the armbands
and the vest.
and,
yes.
That was
very cool.
That was I had the 8-track, I believe.
Now, Kemper, I just hope that you don't let him be the Kenny Rogers with all the plastic surgery, please.
Oh,
I know.
You had to go there.
I had to.
Yeah.
Because that's all I think about when I think about Kenny Rogers now is like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Age gracefully, Kenny. Come on.
There you go. Do we want to do another one before the top?
Yeah, we got time for
Let's
a quick
do one more. Here
we go.
Good morning, crew. Jerry from Blanco. This is an easy one. No, it's not an easy one. There's a lot of good covers out there. But Nazareth, Hair of the Dog, hands down the best album cover of all time. I love y'all. See ya.
Yeah,
that is a great one.
That's a great one.
That is a great one.
Jerry from Blanco, Nazareth, Hair of the Dog.
Great.
Keep them coming.
Yes.
It is National Vinyl Record Day, and we're asking you, what do you think was the best album cover ever? We'll dive into more. Coming up at 6:10, footage released, video released, 911 calls released from Uvalde that we had not seen or heard before from the Robb Elementary School shooting. We will react to that coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:58.
Okay, we're good.
All right.
Sad Wings of Destiny, Judas Priest, a great one. All right, cool.
Kemper, great talk back, as was Rooster.
Always, yes.
Bob Beavers, Never Mind by Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Very innovative. The Baby in the Water. Yeah.
That baby's now 30-something. But yeah.
Yes. Maybe 40 by now.
No, actually, I believe he's 32. Didn't he sued him because he didn't give him permission.
Yeah, he wanted some rights
royalties,
to his image. And he lost, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he lost.
Yeah, your parents signed that over. You couldn't write.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Everybody in this country, if they can sue, they sue.
Oh, it's so
amazing.
Sue happy.
Even a boy named Sue sues because his name is Sue.
Well, I can't blame him for that.
Travis, ELO. Secret
ELO has
Messages.
great album covers.
all of ELO.
ZZ Top had some really good ones.
Yes.
Yeah. DeGueo.
Fandango.
Yeah. Fandango was okay, but DeGueo and Tres Hombres.
Multiple overnight shootings, also known as Sunday.
Yes. Okay, here we go. And they released a bunch of documents. They released all kinds of stuff.
Awful.
It is awful, man. And 2 years later, we're reliving this, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so if this dude comes walking in your store in a black hoodie and a white face mask, are you just going to go, hey, come on in, sir?
I think get the hell out
I'm
and
on
call
the phone.
911.
I'm on the phone right then. Okay, they're coming in gangbusters now, man.
Yeah, this is going to be on fire.
Iron Maiden, Power Slave, very good.
Yellowstone's prequel series 1923 to film in downtown San Antonio next month.
Oh, cool. I watched one episode and I was bored. Pink Floyd, The Wall. That was a good one.
Yeah, I'm on the Express News website and don't see the Uvalde story anywhere. I'm gonna go look for it elsewhere. But
Ken's 5 has a
I'm surprised.
Right up on it, I'm sure.
Express News, man.
Yeah, they're dropping the ball lately.
Jeremy Kolak, if you're listening, you got to whip some people into shape over there.
Please, get on them. Come on.
They didn't have that Sean Elliott story with the AFib for like 2 days. We had it immediately. By the way, I have set my Apple Watch for AFib detection, thanks to Sean. Stretch. I will be back.
Yeah, I just don't understand why now. I mean, I get you got to go through all this time. All right, we'll be right back, guys.
We are back. Woohoo!
Jeez. They just keep coming, man.
Nice.
Herb Alpert.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, Bar Louie at La Frontera is now closed.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Scratch that off of my list of places to go. Okay. All right. See if he's got his bottom of the hour in yet. Mm-mm. On Wednesday, we need to, if the meeting is on Wednesday, we need to get this thing started for a PelkaCon. Let's get people on it.
Okay.
Because if we don't do this, we're gonna look bad.
Mm-hmm. Agree. Barry at 640. Got to pump that. I'm going to need to, again, get with you on intro. We'll do that at the bottom.
We'll do that at the bottom.
Okay. Manilow Live was not a bad out.
No.
You know, he's in the blue. He's in the blue outfit. His name in lights.
Stand by. Oh, wait. Sorry. Another promo.
San Antonio's first news, a big 6 o'clock hour coming up at 6:40. Barry Manilow joins us. That's right. Barry Manilow coming to San Antonio Thursday night. A bunch of our listeners have won tickets to that concert, and we'll talk with Barry about not only that concert, but some great things he is doing for local music teachers and music students. We are asking you on this National Vinyl Record Day, what was the greatest album cover ever? You can talk to us on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. And new information, video, audio, and documents involving the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde. Those were released over the weekend, and as you can imagine, they are heart-wrenching. We'll talk about those coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, Wednesday, all 3 days, highs 100 or 101. It is 77 degrees in Kerrville, 79 at Fort Sam Houston, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:12.
San Antonio's first news. We are less than 30 minutes away from Barry Manilow joining us at 6:40 ahead of his Thursday concert here in San Antonio. Yesterday, release of, actually Saturday to be more specific, a 911 call involving a 10-year-old student at Robb Elementary School. That student can be heard counting the survivors and trying to quiet screaming classmates. There's video exchanges between police officers. There are more 911 calls, documents released as well. Before we discuss this, let's listen to attorney for former Uvalde ISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo. This is attorney Paul Looney.
There's a little girl that called 911 and was talking about how there were down students. The people inside did not learn about that until it was all over.
Yeah, the 911 call, it's all heart-wrenching, Mr. Amen. T, but that 911 call is chilling and so very sad.
Yeah, it is. And look, I know that if you're a family member of anybody in Uvalde that's somehow connected to this, you want full transparency, but it's been over 2 years, man. Over 2 years. Some of this should have already been out by now. Documents, body cam, 911 calls, 911 calls should have been out. I mean, all this is delayed and it's still not all out there.
And what that did, the horror for family members, had all of this been released originally together shortly after this shooting happened at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, the family members would have had more than 2 years now to, you're never going to get beyond it, but to have processed, that's a better word, to have processed this horrible, horrible information. Now, in effect, you are forcing them to relive it all over again with new chilling information.
Yeah, and all they have to look forward to is a duller sense of pain. Is that what you're giving them? Nothing to actually hold on to? And yes, everybody wants somebody to be accountable for this.
Yeah.
And that's the goal. But as many children that died that day, this could have not been as bad as it was.
Yeah, and so many people are calling for the heads of all police officers that were there that day. There is, if we're going to be honest here, there is a chain of command. Obviously, commanders dropped the ball, but a number of those police officers were waiting for orders from their commanders who were above them. Now, we would have loved to have seen some John Wayne types say, you know what, screw this, I'm going in, I'm going to take this shooter out, because that's what we do. And we've heard, subsequent to this shooting, we heard San Antonio Police Chief William McManus say it is SAPD policy if there's a shooting like this, no matter what your rank as a police officer, you go in, you take that shooter out, which probably should be the policy. But I think a number of these police officers, if we're going to be honest, were operating under another policy or other policies that they were trained for.
Yeah, and look, it was a sad, sad day that day. We remember it so well. But did they learn anything from this? Did they learn what not to do next time something like this happens? Because it will happen again.
Sadly, it will. And our only hope, or one of our prime hopes, is that municipalities, that towns, cities, school districts, law enforcement develop a new playbook based upon all of the mistakes that were made at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde to handle situations like this. If you don't learn from this, and a response like this that is so failed happens again, and more children and teachers die, then it's god awful that you didn't learn something from this. All right, more coming up. Barry Manilow at 6:40. Coming up, your talkbacks. What was the best album cover ever? We're hearing from you throughout the morning on this National Vinyl Record Day. WOAI News Time 6:16.
And we're back.
All right, everybody.
We got a bunch. They just keep coming. They just keep coming, Chris. So yeah, I can't give you a number because there's too many.
Woohoo!
We like that, though.
Yeah. It's a good problem to have.
It's a hard habit to break, Chris.
True.
Trevin, good morning.
Sleepy, welcome in.
Sleepy. Trevin.
Tim, you remember the Ancira commercials? Yeah, funny. I've told Mr. T this story. I was usually cast as the dork in those Ancira commercials.
Yeah.
So I was once very early on when I started doing those commercials. I got to Easy's to pick up, burger, pizza for my wife Beth and for me. And the girl behind the register goes, "You look familiar."
No, it's not me.
She goes, Are you on TV? And I go, "Yeah, I'm on these Ancira commercials." And she goes, "Oh, you're that dorky guy." Yeah, I'm that dorky guy. Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
Pump me full of confidence.
That's good.
You're that dorky guy.
The Rock's got it, man. Boston album covers, man.
THE, did he come up with that?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boston was pretty spectacular.
I remember riding my bike to Valley High Mall from where I lived, which was a pretty good trek, because they had a T-shirt shop there, and I got a T-shirt with the first album cover of Boston on it. And if you remember the spaceship, if you looked at it upside down, it was a guitar.
Yeah.
And I had to have that shirt, and it was the only place where I knew where to get it. So I rode my bike all the way there in the summertime to buy that shirt.
Thank you, Travis. Travis says I was typecast.
That's true.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. Tough crowd.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, ZZ Top, Boston. Yes, they all had good album covers, man.
Yes, always was good.
Yes, they were.
Yes.
They were.
Yes.
Yes.
And it counts.
Yes, from behind.
Yes.
All right, I'm just going to throw it to Brian real quick. Right? Just toss it to Brian.
Yes. Kemper, I think I got it on Amazon. Sometimes I look for T-shirts on Amazon. So I think this boat T-shirt was an Amazon
Which, by the
thing.
way, if you pull the trigger on that other T-shirt, we're going to blow some people's minds. The chopped liver.
Yeah, you want it? I'll do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll
Let's
each
do
get
it.
it. We should.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We need to have them so we can wear them to the ApelkaCon.
Okay.
I think that's hilarious,
I don't know
dude.
see if I can find the photo. Here.
I have it.
Yeah.
The one you sent me.
I don't know if it can be seen on the screen here.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know, Chris. I'm sorry. I don't know that.
Oh, where'd it go? There it is. So yeah, here's our T-shirt. Chopped liver. You can kind of read it. Chopped liver 24. Stay for the eye candy. Come for the chopped liver. Stay for the eye candy. And we'll be wearing these on stage at our concerts as well.
Yes.
And we'll be selling them. It's part of our merch.
Yes, that's our
We'll
merch.
be selling them on the website, choppedliver.com.
We should have put, and ask us about CFR.
Remind me at the bottom. I got to make sure I have the Barry intro correct.
Yeah, I will get it for you.
TikToker raises $360,000 for a 90-year-old veteran. That's cool.
Yeah.
RK, how does RK win a T-shirt? We need
That's a
to
good question. We'll figure that out.
Need to talk to Sammy from Sammy's Embroidery on
Stand
that.
by.
Caroline Levitt coming up, Trump spokesperson.
Sergeant Pepper's finally got one for Sergeant Pepper's. Pink Floyd Animals, very good.
Coming up at 6:40, Barry Manilow joins us. In just a few moments, you join us with the best album covers of all time. But right now, in for Charity McCurdy, Brian Gann, what stories are you following?
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. All 3 days hot. Highs 100, 101, but it will feel hotter. It is 78 degrees in Floresville, 79 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:23.
San Antonio's first news. Barry Manilow joins us at 6:40. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. And you join us now on this National Vinyl Record Day. Mr. T, give him credit for this question this morning. It's a pretty darn good one. Takes us back. What would you say is the best album cover ever? Go to the free iHeartRadio app. Look for 1200 WOAI. There's a microphone button. That's the talkback button. You press that button, you got 30 seconds to talk to us. And Mr. T, we play the responses on the air.
And we've got a lot, so let's just get them going.
Good morning. This is Grumpy Old Fart here. My favorite album of all time is from the ZZ Top Tres Hombres album. When you open that album up and you see that Mexican food laid out all over and the cold, icy cerveza, makes me hungry right now just thinking about it. Night all.
It makes me hungry just hearing about it.
Well, and as Grumpy Old Fart points out, a really good album, you would open it up and there'd be some, like on Sgt. Pepper's,
yes,
you got the close-up of John, Paul, George, and Ringo in their outfits, which is way cool.
Yeah, it is way cool. I always wanted one of those jackets. I really did.
We could probably,
I'm going to find
Amazon
one.
Has everything.
They do have everything.
We'll get you one of those jackets.
All right, let's check in with Tabmaster.
Good morning, WOAI crew. Tabmaster here. Well, I can't think of any really cool albums that have a rooster on it, so I'm going to go ahead and go with Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. That was a really badass album cover. Tell me what you think. Y'all have a great day.
Not only that, a very good album.
Yes.
Totally. It was a very, very good album.
Somebody missed the boat by not a cool album cover with a rooster on it.
I'm sure there's one out there somewhere. Somewhere. I'm sure
Somebody
Tab
needs
Master
it,
is looking
Yeah,
right
we'll
now.
Find it. We'll find it.
All right, here's another one from Joe.
The coolest album cover ever made. Oh, by the way, this is Joe from Spring Branch. The coolest album cover ever made was the Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow.
I do remember that was a good one. That was a good one.
Nice.
I liked it. I liked it a lot. I liked it. Here, let's check in with Zeke.
Morning, guys. This is Zeke here in San Antonio. Happy Monday. A Iron Maiden Power Slave. Man, the hieroglyphics in the pyramid, you get references to Indiana Jones and to Mickey Mouse. And you got to look closely, but there's a lot of cool stuff in there. Awesome album cover. Check it out. Iron Maiden Power Slave. Have a great week, everybody.
He's right.
And what Zeke describes, a cool album cover where you could find things that you never saw before if you look closely. Very good, Zeke. Coming up at 6:40, he's coming to San Antonio on Thursday night, but he'll be with us at 6:40. Barry Manilow, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Brian Gann in for charity with all the big headlines coming right at you. WOAI News Time, 6:26.
And we're back.
So the cue will be as a big part of your appearance here Thursday.
Got it.
So the word is Thursday.
Got it.
Cool.
Plus, the good thing about the Iron Maiden albums is they had Eddie Maiden, the skeletal, their character. And over the years, Eddie has just evolved. I remember the first time I saw Iron Maiden when Eddie came out was a guy dressed in an Eddie suit. Now it's a giant thing of Eddie. Yeah, Eddie has morphed over the years.
Very cool. Welcome in, everybody. Tommy, Sleepy, Travis, Tim, Kemper, Rooster, RK, Jacob.
Leaving? Oh, my mom just called a precious little dog. Needs to be taken to the vet ASAP. Oh, Gates, go take care of it.
Who's that?
Kemper. ELO had some great stuff.
Oh, no. Sorry about that, Kemper. I just saw that, too.
Cool.
See if I can do a quick Barry Manilow post on Twitter.
Well, while you do that, I'm going to go deposit some coffee.
There you go. I'm tweeting out a Barry Manilow tweet. I think I am.
Do anything. Not a bad idea, sick of pollen. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, this ain't good.
Hey, what?
This thing's freaking hosing up on me again. No. Come on, people. Okay. God, this place is going to just drive me nuts, man. Worst thing comes to worst, I go in there and they play it from in there because I can cue it up real fast.
You may want to cover yourself. That's enough for that.
Mm-hmm. Chingo. Why is this thing, man?
If they play, tell them the cue is Thursday. Listen for Thursday. Are they going to do it?
Yeah, but still waiting on this. We've got like 9 minutes.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll change. I'm not going to mess with it.
Yeah.
Only sucks though is the people that are okay. Thank God. All right. No. I don't see how they can't hear me in there. I don't know what they do. Okay. All right. I'm not going to mess with it. Ooh, look at Carolyn Levitt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. See you later, Bob.
Later, Bob.
Hey, look. They got him out of his first
Oh,
period
wow.
class.
He's at school. Shouldn't you be?
They got him out of his first period
Shouldn't
class.
you be getting to
do
class?
this, yes.
Funny.
She's either very, very short or he's really, really tall.
Yes. My goodness. She should stand on a crate.
Or something. De la Cruz. Monica. Ay, chica. How far to the far bridge?
Sick of pollen, welcome in. Grumpy old fart, good talk back.
Yeah, it was.
We enjoyed it. As a big part of your appearance here Thursday.
Thursday.
Is it Alamo Dome or Frost Bank Center?
Frost Bank.
Okay, thanks.
We're going to the Alamo Dome. He's going to Frost Bank. Nine? Thanks, News. Where the hell did EJ go? Oh, you have a John Wayne today.
Thank you.
That's it. One. Perfect. Cool.
Look at that idiot. Look at that idiot hanging out of the car.
Yeah. They're idiots, man. Why would you stand there with that? You're an idiot. And that's obviously not their, it's probably their mom's car.
Yeah.
It's a Cadillac.
Or stolen, yeah.
It's a Cadillac.
Yeah.
Wow. That's unbelievable, dude.
Mm. Man attacked with a bat. His sister shoots the suspect.
I know.
You know the music. You know the man. He is the legendary Barry Manilow, coming to San Antonio this Thursday night to the Frost Bank Center. Let's welcome him in. Barry, you're doing something amazing through your Manilow Music Project. You're donating $170,000 to local bands and band directors as a big part of your appearance here Thursday. And we're connecting with Barry.
Yes, that's right. I'm not sure, but tell me if I'm right. Are we picking, I think we're picking the kids' favorite music teacher out of all the schools in your vicinity. They're picking their favorite music teacher, and I introduce them in the middle of the show.
That's exactly how it works, Barry. And speaking of the show, I have to ask you this because you've got so many hits. How do you pick a set list out of all these songs? If you played all your hits, you'd be playing for days.
Yeah, I do, and they love it, and I love doing it. Yeah, I do. We do a big show, and most of them. Listen, I'm a lucky guy. I've got a catalog of songs that can fill up over 90 minutes. And all these songs people recognize. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, and Barry, I go all the way back to the 1970s with your music. I'm going to be 64 years old, and I remember the Barry Manilow Live. I had it on 8-track. I go all the way back to 8-track with you, Barry.
You're great. Thank you. Thank you. But, that album really went crazy. I think it was one of the first live albums for, a younger generation. And that was the album I did the VSM, the Very Strange Medley, my commercials medley.
Yes, I know, and I love that. And how did that come about? How did you decide that, hey, I can write some jingles? Because it's been a part of my life since I was a kid. I remember almost every one of them that you had something to do with. How did that come about?
Well, somebody called me, an agent called me, because I was starting to get a reputation as being a writer and a piano player. And they asked me if I wanted to go up for a commercial, because a lot of guys were going up for the same commercials. And if you got it with your melody, then you made some money on it. And so everybody tried to get the United Airlines commercial or the Kentucky Fried Chicken, and so I went up for a Dodge commercial, and I got it on my first pass. So that's what started the whole thing.
Yeah, I love the Very Strange Medley to this day, Barry. And I'm so excited that you're coming to San Antonio on August 15th. And I know it's very, very special because while you have the amazing residency at the Westgate Las Vegas, these cities this summer on your tour, including San Antonio, August 15th, you're saying farewell to these cities because you got the residency, and it's got to be a lot easier for you and for people to go see you in Las Vegas. That's a fun trip for everybody. But is it kind of somber as well for you to, because I know San Antonio and Texas loves you.
Thank you. And, I do remember a couple of visits to San Antonio. I remember the first visit. I don't remember where we played. However, I remember the gig because the stage wasn't very high. It was like a little step from the floor to the stage. It was just a teeny little step. I remember that, and they were great. This audience was great. The first time, I don't know what year it must have been. It was a long time ago, but they were just great to me. So I always ask my guys to put San Antonio on the list. Yeah, we're saying goodbye to a lot of the cities that we've been playing for all these years.
And I know that you're slowing down a little bit, but are you still producing albums for other people?
Well, when they call, I do.
Okay.
Sure, I love doing it.
Well, and Tim says you're slowing down. I have not seen you slowing down myself, Barry. I loved seeing what you did at Radio City Music Hall. Now most performances by any artist, and I mean, you're still going to keep going at in Las Vegas at the Westgate Las Vegas. I mean, are you still going full steam ahead at this point with your career?
Yes, I never stop. I mean, what I'm slowing down is going on tour and being away from home for months at a time. We all, my band and everybody, we all have had enough of that. So I'm saying goodbye to touring, but no, I'm not saying goodbye to performing or making records or any of that.
Now, is there a song that you perform that you like performing better than any of the other songs, or they all have about the same to you? They all feel about the same?
I've done these songs for so many years, but it really is all about the audience. It's all about what do they like. It's not about what I like. It's about what do they like. And when I hit Copacabana, I see their hair go on fire. and so, of course, we have to do that one.
Yeah, and Barry, I saw you maybe 20 years ago. I've seen you a lot. You were at the Municipal Auditorium in San Antonio, and you just started talking to the crowd, and you brought up, and it blew me away because I love this guy. You brought up Joseph Campbell. You brought up the late mythologist Joseph Campbell and the hero's journey, and you told the audience, if you have a dream and you believe in your dream, you've got to go for it. You got to go on this quest, and you've got to go for your dream. And at that moment, the lights just went on in my head, Barry. It's like, that's part to me what your music is about. It's about inspiring people to go for love in their life, to go for the gusto, to go for their dream, to follow their bliss. I believe, Barry, that's what you've done all your life, and I believe you instill that in everybody who hears your music, and I think that's such a treasure and so wonderful.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I read once, nobody knows what you want except you, and nobody will be as sorry as you if you don't get it. and that's what keeps me going.
And looking so forward to your show here on August 15th at the Frost Bank Center. And let's just tell everybody, if you've never gone to a Barry Manilow show, bring your dancing shoes.
That's true. And your vocal cords, because everybody sings every song.
He is the legendary Barry Manilow, Thursday night at the Frost Bank Center. What a great guy.
He was a great guy. Yeah, yes. I love me some Barry Manilow.
Very, very cool. And we've got a lot of our listeners, Kemper, Bob, Cindy, others, going to go to that concert. We'll get a full report on Friday, I do believe, because the concert's Thursday night.
Yes.
Very, very cool. From Barry Manilow to Charlie Parker. What other radio station does that segue? We do. Charlie Parker, those were the days. Next, WOAI News Time, 647.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Highs 100, 101 all 3 days, but it will feel hotter. It is 78 degrees in Bernie, 78 in that sleepy little town down around San Antonio, China Grove, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charity McCurdy taking the morning off. It is time for her to send her daughter to first grade for the first time. She's getting on the bus and going to school, and Charity is seeing her off. When do you think the bus leaves?
Soon.
School starts at 8.
So soon, yeah.
Maybe within the next half hour.
Yes.
That's a guess. Charity will tell us all about it tomorrow. She will be back tomorrow. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Brian Gann in for Charity McCurdy, by the way, with all the news you need to know about. We've been talking about it this morning, Mr. T. It is National Vinyl Record Day. So we are asking the people on the free iHeartRadio app, what is the greatest album cover ever? And you can let us know, and we'll play it on the air. You go to the free iHeartRadio app, search 1200 WOAI. You'll see a little microphone button. It's the talkback button. You press it. You get 30 seconds to talk to us. And Mr. T, we play those comments on the air.
Yeah, just like this.
Wow. I've been listening to you guys all morning about the best album cover. I cannot believe it. But, hey, it's got to be Pink Floyd, The Wall. Come on now. The artistics on that. And let's talk about the album, too. Wow. Pink Floyd, The Wall, definitely.
I think he likes Pink Floyd, The Wall. What do you think?
Well, and I would certainly say Pink Floyd, The Wall is in any discussion, top 10-ish, top 20-ish at least. And of course, we talked about this earlier off the air. Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd is iconic.
Yes.
You know, kind of simple with the triangle and the prism and the colors.
Yes.
But also iconic.
Very iconic. Yeah. Very iconic. All right, let's check in with Hector.
Good morning, guys. This is Hector. Hey, you were talking about vinyl album covers. For me, there's a lot of great art on the albums, but the one from 1965, Herb Albert, A Taste of Honey. If you recall, it had a beautiful, voluptuous woman covered with nothing but whipped cream. For a 12-year-old Hector, that album
was it.
Yeah, Hector was 12. I was about 6 or 7. My brother Greg had that album. Greg was 12 years older than I was, and he was going to Southwest Texas State at the time. And
it was big.
Many an afternoon, I would peruse his album collection, and for some reason, I kept stopping
at that album.
I don't know why, but it was special.
All right, here's another one.
Favorite interactive album covers is Led Zeppelin's Into the Outdoor as a bar scene. If you wipe it with water, the colors change on the album cover. It's one of the only ones I know of that does that. And my other favorite one is Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell.
Now, on the In Through the Outdoor, I believe it was the sleeve inside the album. You pulled it out and wiped it with water, and it would change colors. I don't think it was the album cover itself. I might be wrong on that.
Yes, and Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell.
Fantastic.
I had the 8-track. I in retrospect, it was tremendous artwork.
Yes.
On that album, but that was one of those. It was the transition from vinyl to 8-track, and I wanted to play it in my car. So I got the 8-track, but my God, what an album and an album cover.
Amen. Amen. All right, we got time for another one. Here's Darren.
Darren Finkley from Converse. Best album cover ever was Pink Floyd Animals.
Animals was a great album cover. That was a very good one. Very good one. I like that one, Darren. Yeah.
Talked about.
Well, you know, they you know, because you're looking at the albums while you're listening to the album. You're looking at the cover and reading all the liner notes and everything, and they were very, very just elaborate.
Yes.
Yeah, and fantastic.
And I think, you know, younger people today don't appreciate with a big album and to open it up and to read liner notes.
Yes.
And often you'd open up an album, there'd be even more there for you.
A poster sometimes in there too. Yes.
So, certainly miss those days. Coming up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we are going to hear from J.D. Vance, Republican vice presidential candidate. He was on CNN with Dana Bash yesterday. We'll hear the latest there. But right now, in for Charity McCurdy, Brian Gann has all the big stories you need to know about. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little breakaroo. Yeah, but yeah, that would make sense. It would be the only segment in that hour we do it.
Jesus, man. 4 more. Just came in.
It's red hot, man.
Sergeant Pepper's thing. God. Cheech and Chong, all right. Cheech and Chong.
Nice.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer had some good ones, man. Brain salad surgery was the one with Carnival number 9 on it. The guy went, he couldn't remember the name of it. Okay. Wow. Dude, we're just killing it.
And we did last week too.
Oh, I know.
Fuego.
And it looked like Fridays was pretty good.
Yeah.
We should talk about that.
What?
The street takeover stuff.
It's funny you combine those and cost that. Or do it later.
Yeah. It's always good when Charity's here to talk about stuff like that.
Yeah, we get a newscast.
I know. I was joking. I was kidding. I keyed. Yeah, you know that the women won more gold medals than men did.
Oh,
Yeah.
sisters are doing it for themselves.
That's good. Rooster had takeoff.
Jacob.
With Charity out, who is watching Chris Duel and Mr. T? Travis, no one, it seems.
Yeah.
Ooh, 2112, you're right. On Inside, interesting liner notes. I loved it, man. I love that whole album. I loved everything about that album. And I did like reading that. That was some good stuff, man. I just know that what can this strange device be? You touch it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. What can this thing be that I found? See you later, Tommy.
Later, Tommy. Thanks for hanging out. Anybody who's in here, thanks for hanging out. We don't see
Amen.
all the names unless you comment.
Unless you chat.
If you chat, we see your name and we say hello.
We do.
Not everybody chats, and that's okay.
No, they don't.
Woo! Good to see Grumpy Old Fart in here.
Yeah, Charlie's back?
No, this
okay,
Grumpy
got
Old
you.
Fart.
You also sent a talk back in, so I know it's not Charlie.
That's right.
So I know it's not Charlie because he can't use it.
This topic's stupid. He should send in talkback.
You should. We'll just record him saying that and then, oh, there's another one. There's another one from Charlie. This is stupid. I don't like it. Who cares? God, I remember going to school when I was in elementary school and junior high school, having to wear the tough skins.
Tough skins.
Yeah.
I do remember my mom, those patches you put on your knees.
Yes. Well, that's what tough skins. You couldn't wear those things out, man.
You wouldn't get holes in your knees, but I would get holes in my jeans, and my mom would put those patches on them.
Oh, yeah. Patches? We didn't know stinking patches. All right, stand by, Chris. After this promo, we will be starting.
Let's do a little radio, shall we?
Thinking about it. Think it's a good
radio
idea.
show.
It's a good idea. Oh. I think at the bottom of the hour, I will put the promo that we did in.
I forgot we already did it. Wow.
Yeah.
Shockaroo. San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Charity McCurdy taking the morning off. She is putting her daughter on a bus to go off to school to first grade for the first time ever.
I think she's following that bus.
No, maybe she's following it in a helicopter.
There you go.
She might be in a helicopter. I keyed. I can't wait to hear all about it from
Amen.
Charity tomorrow. She'll join us tomorrow. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew Zimmel manning the YouTube broadcast. We are on YouTube. Search for 1200 WOAI and you can find us. We got a big 7 o'clock hour, 7:40. National correspondent Rory O'Neill. The latest controversies involving Decision 2024. And White House correspondent John Decker going to join us at 7:50. Joe Biden says he's going to go out on the campaign trail and campaign for Kamala Harris. Is that a good idea or a bad idea? Might not be a great idea. We'll get into those stories and coming right up. Speaking of Decision 2024, we are your Decision 2024 headquarters. We will hear audio from yesterday. Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance on CNN with Dana Bash addressing the weird allegations. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. All 3 days hot. Highs 100, 101, but it's going to feel a lot hotter than that. It is 78 degrees in New Braunfels, 79 in Helotes, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
San Antonio's first news. Every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Well, yesterday, J.D. Vance, the Republican vice presidential candidate, made the rounds on the Sunday morning talk shows, and he made his way to CNN to sit down with Dana Bash, and he talked about the allegations of, you hear Tim Walz calling Donald Trump and J.D. Vance weird. That's part of what he got into with Dana Bash.
I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
And it is taken off. The New York Times reports that when Donald Trump was asked about it, he said, not me, they're talking about JD.
Well, certainly they've levied that charge against me more than anybody else, but I think that it drives home how they're trying to distract from their own policy failures. I mean, look, this is fundamentally schoolyard bully stuff. They can accuse me of whatever they want to accuse me of. As Harry S. Truman once said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And I'm doing this because I think that me being vice president will help improve people's lives. So I accept their attacks, but I think that it is a little bit of projection, Dana. If you think about just take a couple of days ago, Tim Walz gives this big speech. He's been announced as the VP nominee. And I remember when I had just been announced as the VP nominee, I gave my big speech and I saw my wife and I gave her a big hug and a kiss because I love my wife. And I think that's what a normal person does. Tim Walz gave his wife a nice, firm Midwestern handshake and then tried to sort of awkwardly correct for it. So I think that what it is two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who aren't comfortable in their own skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American people. And so they're name calling instead of actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he acted weird, which he did, on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home. And I think that it's projection, Dana. Look, I think this election should be about who's going to solve the inflation crisis, who's going to make groceries and housing more affordable, who's going to secure that southern border. Kamala Harris's record is that she supported all the policies that made that problem worse, Dana. We're trying to say we're going to take the country in a different direction. I really think that it's important to point this out, Dana. Their entire campaign has not been about, here's our policy for how we're going to make your life better, or here's what's wrong with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's policies. We're going to name call and hope that you don't notice that we don't have an agenda. That is the entire Democrat approach to this election.
That is Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. He was on CNN yesterday with Dana Bash. And going to be interesting. We do not yet have a date, do we, on a vice presidential debate?
No, not yet.
That should be very, very
but
interesting.
We've got dates for presidential debates that haven't been agreed to. So there's that's weird, Chris.
Yeah, September 10th, we do believe is agreed to.
Right, but September
Donald
4th
Trump would
one,
like
no.
September 4th.
Yes.
And Kamala Harris has said, I'll think about other ones after the debate on the 10th of September. So that's a little weird.
Yeah, that
Speaking
is a little
of weird.
I know.
How many times are we going to say the word weird in this campaign?
It should just change the name of the campaign. This campaign is weird.
Yes. And again, I think, one of the big allegations that J.D. Vance has levied against Tim Walz is fabricating part of his military service.
Yeah.
And there was, I think, a 2018 soundbite of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz saying that, he had handled an automatic weapon. I don't think he specifically said in combat, but the inference was in combat.
Right.
And over the weekend, at last, the campaign, the Harris-Walz campaign, has said that he misspoke that moment.
Yes.
So
yes. We'll talk about that with our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill, coming up at 7:40.
Yes, we got a lot of big guests coming up on Decision 2024. Rory O'Neill, as Tim mentions, at 7:40. And White House correspondent John Decker, the latest on Decision 2024, joining us at 7:50. Coming up, more from you on this National Vinyl Record Day. What was the greatest album cover of all time? We're figuring that one out with you on the Talkback feature. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
Thank you.
Justin is in here. Is that the Justin? Look at that. Justin is in here.
Justin.
JD, they call people names, but they're weird. Yeah, there were contradictions, Justin, there by.
Is it Justin Powers, though?
Is Justin Powers the Justin?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it because he's not.
He's not dropping F-bombs.
Yes. Just saying.
Yeah, that is kind of weird how, weird again, how JD mocking Tim Walz for shaking his wife's hand and not giving her a big bear hug and a kiss like he did.
Or slipping his tongue down her throat or something like that. Yeah, I get it. Oh, yeah, we've got 12 right now.
My goodness.
12. And I play 4 and then 8 more come in.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
People
Roots,
love it.
rock, and reggae. Good morning, man.
Good morning, Roots Rock Reggae. Awesome Monday. Yes, indeed.
Her.
Who?
Her. Her sang the national anthem at the closing ceremonies last night.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
She's an attractive lady.
Wow, EN, the best nickname so far. Tim AWOLs. Wow. Wow. Well, and if it sticks, it is amazing if that sticks to Tim Walz. And certainly the swift boating of John Kerry in 2004 did. Dude had a 24-year military career. Yes. And if that sticks, wow.
I wonder how much they paid him to do that.
Good question.
And how many times did he try it before he actually did it?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Oh, greatest album cover of all time, according to Justin. Thriller. Ooh.
Thriller was big.
It was good.
Absolutely.
And just throw it to Brian. Tease Rory coming up and then throw it to Brian and we'll get into talkbacks.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me, man. Yeah.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Big guest coming up as well. 7:40, Rory O'Neill, national correspondent, on the scrutiny that both campaigns are under. 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker on Joe Biden getting back on the campaign trail, campaigning for Kamala Harris. We'll learn about that as well. But first, Brian Gann in for Charity McCurdy. Brian, what stories are you following?
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Hot all 3 days. Highs 100, 101 all 3 days, but it will feel hotter. It is 78 degrees in Floresville, 78 degrees in Von Army, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 721.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, but today Mike is on assignment. He's a very in-demand guy. Nonetheless, this segment is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated, and later in the week, Mr. T, we'll have more information on OpelkaCon.
Yes, he sent me a text last night to want to know where we were on that. Let me know that he's in demand in Detroit today, but he'll be back the rest of the week.
And OpelkaCon, including politics and pints.
Yes.
Coming to San Antonio.
Yes.
We believe around October 24th.
October 24th to be exact, actually.
I imagine the election might be a hot topic.
I'm thinking
by October
yes.
24th.
Yes.
Politics and pints. So Mike back tomorrow?
Yes.
Very, very cool. So as we wait for Mike Opelka, we remind you Rory O'Neill and White House correspondent John Decker in the next half hour. But we are getting an overwhelming response from you on National Vinyl Album Day. We posed the question, what is the greatest album cover of all time? You can let us know on the free iHeart Radio app. Search for 1200 WOAI. When you find it, look for that microphone button. That's the talkback button. You got 30 seconds. And Mr. T, we're listening to the people.
Yes, we are.
Good morning. This is Hee Haw in San Antonio. Best album cover ever is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Amen.
Hee Haw, I am with you. If I had to pick just one,
that'd be
that's
would be
the one
it.
I'd pick.
Yep. All right. Let's go to another one.
As far as albums, and I'm a rocker, die-hard rocker, sometimes hard rocker, progressive, but still, I got to go back to 1960s. I think it's Herb Alpert, Tijuana Brass, where the lady is all dressed up in only what looks like whipped cream. I think that album is always a attention getter. Anyway, have a good day. Thanks. Bye.
Amen to the attention getter.
Fond memories from my childhood, borrowing my brother's Greg's album and just.
No, so you did that too. See, I used to go through my older sister, especially my middle sister, Kathy, the pickle lady of Barbarossa, used to go through her albums and just look at the covers, going through them. Yes.
Yep.
It was cool.
If kids these days miss that.
Yes, they do.
Miss that moment.
All right. I know it's Monday, but let's check in with Tuesday.
Good morning, WOAI First Morning News. This is Tuesday. I always thought Boston and Journey always had good graphics on their album covers. Well, have a great day and find a way to stay cool.
Thank you. Yes.
Totally agree with that.
You know,
Boston and Journey.
Boston,
excellent.
Definitely. And it took me, I don't know, a couple of days to figure out when I got the Boston album from the Columbia Record House that if you turned it upside down, it was actually guitar.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't notice that the first thing.
Now you just buried the lead. You got your Boston album from the Columbia Record and Tape Club.
Yes.
Wow. How many of us still owe them money?
All right. Here's a cleanup of a talkback from earlier.
Wimberly again. I've had my second cup of coffee. The Led Zeppelin album I mentioned earlier, it was actually the inner jacket that you wipe with water to change colors. Y'all have a great day.
Yeah, he was talking about In Through the Outdoor, and I brought it up after he did his about, the album cover, you wiped it with water and it would change colors. And if I remembered correctly, and I did, it was the sleeve inside the album that if you wiped it with water would change color.
Now, how did you discover that? Did they say that on the album, wipe this with water, or did you just...
I think I heard it from a friend. I heard
Okay.
it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another.
That you were messing around.
They were messing around with water on the album, yes.
Well, okay, very, very cool. Next half hour is big. Couple of our heavy hitters. National correspondent Rory O'Neill at 7:40. White House correspondent John Decker at 7:50. The latest on Decision 2024. Brian Gann in for Charity McCurdy with all the stories you need to know about at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 726. Woo!
And we're back. All right, so we got to talk back this guy. I'll read it to you real quick. J.D. Vance mentioned about Tim Walz not having affection towards his wife. I just want to make a comment that when you're in the military, you're not supposed to display PD personal display of affection. And so that might be one of the reasons why he did not show affection towards his wife. Plus, I'm an administrator of a company, and when my husband and my children come around, I follow. Okay, I don't.
All right.
Okay.
That could be. EN says it's always disappointing to find out Mike Opelka isn't going to be joining y'all. I timed my morning break around his visit. Yeah, EN, we hate to miss him too. It happens on rare occasions.
Especially this time of year, though. He's very much in demand this time of year.
Yeah, people love him. He does fill-in gigs. A lot of them for Joe Pags.
Yeah, a lot for Joe. Hey, Roots Rock Reggae. A great album cover, man. Snoop Dogg Doggy Style. It was great, man.
What's your name, fool?
Yeah.
Snoop Doggy Dog. RK is checking out. RK, if you haven't checked out yet, thanks for hanging. Always enjoy you.
Thanks, RK. So I'm guessing RK 78s didn't have a lot of album art. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Come on now.
You know that's funny.
How dare you, sir? 78. Anybody under 45
doesn't know what a 78. Yeah.
78.
Yeah, look it up.
What's a 78?
A really thick album.
Backyard barbecue. It's weird. Yeah.
And RK is going to go lay some blocks. Is that what the kids are calling it now? Oh, great. We're on time. Cool.
Now, when do we have to get out of Rory? I certainly don't want to.
Just regular time, man. Just
45.
Just know that you're just going to throw it to Brian, right?
Go over. Okay.
Yeah, you're going to throw it to Brian. Can't get to the top yet to see what that break's like, but yeah, it looks like we're going to be short, so we might have extra time with John.
Okay.
If that's the case, got to ask him because the Olympics are over, man.
Yes.
Got to ask him about the men's and women's basketball.
Hey, Michael Board's here.
Michael Board with the news.
25 and 41. No picks.
No TDs either, and he had a chance. I saw him. It was late in the third quarter. Was it the fourth quarter where they were driving and the receivers were dropping the passes? Man,
Yeah,
what's
but
up with that?
like a lot
I
of them
know,
were
or behind him,
or over.
low or high. Yeah. Okay, dude's got tattoos on his neck, man. How much time did he do?
Neck tab.
NFL too. He's got the NFL logo on his right here on his throat.
Wow, I hope you don't get cut.
What happens if you end up in the USFL or something like that?
CFL.
You got to change it. Can't believe you got to sit here and wait.
Say what?
I can't believe you got to sit here and wait today. I'm gone. She's gone. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but you know.
I know.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy with the morning off. She's sending her daughter off to first grade. We'll get a full report on that tomorrow morning. Coming up at 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker. President Joe Biden says he's going to go back on the campaign trail, campaign for Kamala Harris. We'll talk about what that might look like. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Rory, you're covering the campaigns as well, and both campaigns under a lot of scrutiny lately, whether it's Donald Trump's helicopter ride or Tim Walz's military career. Are any of these controversies gaining traction?
Well, they certainly are online in the Twitter sphere or X sphere or whatever we're calling it these days. Plus, you can add into the mix more recently in the last 24 hours. That's about AI and the Kamala Harris photo and whether it was doctored. It was not. But that's also stirring the pot. And it's really making it difficult for voters to understand what's real, what's fake. And there's a very short time frame to figure all this out. You know, we're 3 weeks into this Harris campaign, 1 week into a Harris-Walz campaign, and we're about, a month from early voting starting in some spots.
So what are they doing to try to get these stories straight? Or are they doing anything?
Yeah, in some cases, they're the ones who are causing the confusion. Donald Trump still insisting he was on that helicopter that had to make an emergency landing alongside former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown. Mayor Brown says, no, you weren't. We've never been on a helicopter get together. But there's a politician called Nate Holden, a former LA city councilman, who says, hey, wait a minute. I was on a helicopter with you that had to make an emergency landing. I'm also an African-American male. Were you thinking maybe it's me? And then there's the other concern or question. Was it maybe Jerry Brown, not Willie Brown, the former governor of California? So a lot of questions about that. And now we've also, on the flip side, got the Harris campaign saying that Tim Walz misspoke is the word, when he was seen on video saying that he had assault weapons that he carried in war, unquote. And that's caused these accusations of stolen valor, in addition to claims that he quit the military or retired early in order to avoid being deployed to Iraq.
And Rory, and you mentioned moments ago, whether something is real or fake. And as we move into not only this election, but probably subsequent elections, as AI becomes more prevalent and deep fake videos, we've heard of those and we've seen those before, become more prevalent in this election and all future elections. I guess voters are going to have to be very discerning about what they're looking at, whether it's real or if it is fake.
Right, and then try to apply some logic. For instance, all these claims by former President Trump that AI was used to create that video. Well, there were literally hundreds of reporters in the room as well, thousands of people taking video of that same scene. There's no evidence that any AI was used, and you would have had reporters saying, that's a fake picture because, we know we were in the room. We saw the 15,000 people, or we were in the room, we saw 2,000 people. They would have been able to tell you right then and there.
So, Rory, I know you've been covering the Olympics also. Do you think it was a success? Because it turned out a lot of people watched it, and I enjoyed watching it, so it seemed like a success to me.
Ratings-wise, huge. And then it was just the first Olympics sort of post-COVID, and it wasn't in a place like China or Russia where you're sort of under the government thumb. This was just a celebration of the athletes, of the location. Paris looked fantastic, except for that rainstorm during the opening ceremonies. But Paris looked wonderful. What a backdrop for the beach volleyball tournament. You get Katie Ledecky, Simone Biles, American women performing like never before. Team USA for men's and women's basketball bringing home gold medals. And then the stunts with Tom Cruise and Billie Eilish and Snoop Dogg and everything else in between. Good luck, LA. That's going to be tough to top that.
Absolutely. He is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. He was great on the Olympics, and he's a huge part of our Decision 2024 coverage, as is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. He joins us next. President Joe Biden says he's going to go out on the campaign trail. You think Kamala Harris really wants him to? We'll talk about all aspects of that coming right up. WOAI News Time 7:45.
And we're back.
Hey, Eddie Lozano, welcome in. Tim, Travis, Sleepy, Jacob.
Oh. Good morning, Eddie. I love little baby ducks. Yeah, just gonna throw it to Brian, right? Just throw it to Brian.
Yes. Quick
John Decker.
promote John, yeah.
Da-da, ba-dum. Oh, wow, he's ready.
Wow. Do this fast I can. The latest on Decision 2024 with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. But first, Brian Gann in for charity. What stories are you tracking?
Sunny and hot today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Highs 100, 101 all 3 days, but it will feel hotter. It is 79 degrees in Bernie, 79 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. 85 days until the 2024 election. Just 7 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And one of our go-to guys on all things Decision 2024 is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, we've been hearing from President Joe Biden. He did that interview with CBS, and we learned that he's ready to go back on the campaign trail. What might that look like, and where will we see him?
Well, it's a great question. We know what it's going to look like as early as this coming Thursday. That's when President Biden will actually do a joint campaign appearance. It's not billed as a campaign appearance, but he'll be on the same stage at the same time with his Vice President Kamala Harris. That will be just outside of Washington, D.C. in suburban Maryland. Not a battleground state, but the president also indicated in an interview that he gave yesterday that aired on CBS News that he intends to campaign for the vice president in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. That date has not been established yet, not on the calendar. That would be very interesting. It's also going to be interesting to see to what extent we will see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on the same stage at the same time, given the fact that Joe Biden, quite frankly, is not very popular even within his own party right now. And I don't know what he would lend or add as far as campaigning for the vice president.
How much will this help or hurt her campaign?
Well, I think that is what her campaign is evaluating. In the sense that when you have someone who's not perceived as very popular, taking a photograph, being in a photo op, being on the same stage with that individual, not a good move. And we've seen this before. You know, we've seen this going all the way back to the year 2000, a quarter century ago. Al Gore, when he was running for the White House, did not do one joint campaign appearance with President Bill Clinton. That was in the aftermath of the Monica Lewinsky scandal, and he wanted to keep an arm's length distance from Bill Clinton. I think in retrospect, that may have hurt him, actually, because Bill Clinton could have been helpful, especially in such a close election. Bill Clinton, as you know, in both 1992 and 1996, won his home state of Arkansas. That would have made the difference in the 2000 presidential election. This is different, though. You're talking about President Biden, not very popular, and his weaknesses are weaknesses that are not helpful to the vice president as she campaigns for the White House.
And John, while President Joe Biden not very popular within the Democratic Party or the country at large, obviously Barack Obama and Michelle Obama are. Do we have any sense of how much they will campaign for Kamala Harris?
Oh, I think they're going to campaign quite a bit. We saw this in the 2020 campaign cycle. We already know that President Barack Obama will have a speaking slot, prime time speaking slot at next week's Democratic National Convention, as will former President Bill Clinton, as will Hillary Clinton. All of them will campaign vigorously for Vice President Harris, particularly in those battleground states and especially in urban areas in those battleground states. So we're likely to see them campaign in places like Philadelphia, Atlanta, Charlotte. In addition to that, Detroit, Milwaukee. I would certainly expect to see those individuals who are much more popular than Joe Biden campaigning on the same stage at the same time with Kamala Harris.
Now, John, the Olympics wrapped up last night with the opening ceremonies. Your thoughts on USA basketball, both men's and women's? I watched that women's game. I thought was fantastic. Men's game was good too, but the women's game was very competitive.
Yeah, very competitive, a nail biter, and it gives you a sense about how the world over the course of the last few decades has really caught up to American basketball. You think about 1992, the Dream Team, when the U.S. would beat its opponents by, at least 25 points every time they took the court. That's not the case anymore. My hats off to France for making it such an exciting game on both the men's and women's side. But ultimately, the USA came away with the gold medal in basketball. So happy for that. And what great games they were yesterday.
And John, I'm going to throw you one more curveball. This is National Vinyl Album Day. So Mr. T and I, we are asking our listeners, what was the greatest album cover of all time in the vinyl album era. Both of us agree that Sgt. Pepper's has got to be up there. Mr. T, you had Elton John.
Elton John, Captain Fantastic, and the Brown Dirt Cowboy.
Any, going back to your childhood, any album covers stick out to you, John?
Oh my gosh. You know what the first album I ever bought was, and it's got a sweet spot in my heart. It's actually the Partridge Family.
Wow.
Yeah. So there you go. You probably won't hear that in terms of questioning people today on that. That being said, it's a good question. I'm going to really have to give some more thought to the best album cover. To me, one of the greatest albums that was ever put together for me personally was Hot Rocks. It's a greatest compilation of the Rolling Stones. Every song on that album is remarkable, classics, and they play pretty much every song when you see the Rolling Stones in concert, even to this day.
Yes, they do, and I'm a big Stones fan, John. I don't know if you know this or not. I actually have the tattoo to prove it.
Oh, that's awesome. That is incredible. Good for you. I'm proud of you. You just went up a notch in my book. Very good. I love that.
Well, and John, this is not as impressive as Tim being a Stones fan, but I grew up watching the Partridge Family on TV. And when I went to USC in Los Angeles, not far from campus, there was a garage, a gas station, and parked there was the Partridge Family bus. So in 1981, I would drive by, go, oh, it's the Partridge Family bus.
That's really cool.
So yeah, that's my
awesome.
my claim to fame.
I like it.
Yeah, John Decker, we love it, man. It's always great to check in with you. Thanks for everything. That is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Lots more coming up. In fact, at 8:10, national correspondent Aaron Real on the Trump campaign being hacked. What happened there and what are the ramifications? We'll dive into all of that. WOAI News Time, 7:58.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. I'm Sonny Melendrez from Magic 105.3.
Oh, wow. Okay, I got to send you this. Wow. There it is. There's your whipped cream album. I just sent it to you, too.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
Yes.
Classic.
Yes, very much so. Because I sent him back one, don't see your bong.
Very funny. Very funny. Well, leave the mics on. I'll be back. I'm going to.
Ooh, Queen album Jazz. That was a good one. The poster was great, man. Yeah, don't look at it at work, though. You're right, because all the chicks are riding bicycles nude. We'll be right back. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. Oh, fuck.
Woohoo!
Yep.
Happy, happy, joy, joy.
Dude,
Who's that?
Maggie Laughlin,
My goodness.
somewhere in Texas.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Here's Maggie with her little puppy, somewhere in Texas.
Okay.
Okay.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy off today, sending her daughter off to first grade for the first time ever. Charity will be back tomorrow to tell us all about it. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Coming up at 8:40, Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show with a preview of his show this afternoon. We're also asking you on this National Vinyl Album Day, Vinyl Record Day, what was the greatest album cover of all time? More of your reaction coming up. But coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real, the Donald Trump presidential campaign says it has been hacked. What was the extent of the damage? What are the ramifications? We'll dive into that coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, sunny skies tomorrow, sunny skies on Wednesday, hot all 3 days, highs 100 or 101, and it's going to feel a little bit hotter than that. It is 77 degrees in Kerrville, 80 in Alamo Heights, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters, and so many stories to explore involving Decision 2024, 85 days ahead of that 2024 election, including a report that the Donald Trump presidential campaign has been hacked. Let's learn more about that from national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, what do we know about this hacking?
Yes, so Politico came out over the weekend and they said that they received emails from an anonymous account with documents from inside Trump operation. They've been receiving them since late July. They say it was an AOL email account, that should have been the first red flag. Yeah. And they haven't been like totally specific, but what they have said is that some of the files included research dossiers on J.D. Vance, not uncommon. It mostly public information, but it did highlight potential vulnerabilities. Very common for presidential candidates to have big dossiers on potential VP picks. But the bigger question is where they come from, who got them, and it's kind of a mashup of Microsoft's faux pas and Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. We know Microsoft has said that they successfully compromised an email account that belonged to a former advisor of Trump. He sent out a link to current people within the Trump campaign. They clicked on malicious spyware, blammo. They have access to it.
So private information taken. Is this something that we should be, I guess, becoming accustomed to in this election? Because, you know, they're going to try to meddle any way they can. I'm talking about foreign entities.
Yep, we should. And I think that we can just almost come to expect it every election cycle. This first, really, we saw this in 2008 with Chinese hackers going after Obama and McCain. And then 2016, we all know that, you know, the Kremlin-backed hacking went after Democratic emails, and they leaked a lot of them to WikiLeaks. And Trump even, you know, urged Russia to find Clinton's emails and then repeatedly referenced the hack. And so, yes, it goes either way. And I believe in the world that we live in today with so much of our life online, it doesn't matter if you're using a Signal account or Telegraph or whatever. If it's online, it's hackable. That's it. Know that. And the campaigns have put a lot of effort into stopping these. But if Microsoft can't stop it, if banks can't stop it, it can happen.
Wow. And while you and Tim discuss foreign entities, Aaron, hacking into accounts and campaigns, do we think that, and I know neither would admit it, but do you think either campaign, Democratic and Republican, are, have some people trying to hack into their opponent's campaign? It could be just the way things are done today.
I mean, I would like to think that we are not, to be honest. I'd like to think the civility in this country is higher than that. This generally is always coming from foreign adversaries trying to meddle in sovereign elections. But we have not seen it campaign to campaign, not yet.
Now, could this be the reason why over the weekend I got just an influx of text messages from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance? Normally I get one or two a week. I got, about 8 this weekend.
That's really interesting. Honestly, it could be the fact that we're getting closer to the election cycle. It could be you got stuck in some sort of algorithm that thinks you might click. Yeah, but that is interesting. Keep me posted on that. That's
I will definitely do that.
And finally, Aaron, you mentioned that the first signal should have been the AOL account. My wife, to this day, has an AOL
So does
account.
mine.
It's not her primary account, but she's an attorney, so other attorneys at the courthouse have mocked her for using an AOL account. So she finally broke down and got a Gmail account, but she still maintains the AOL account.
How's her MySpace account? Is that doing
that's
good?
a good question. So
Yeah.
How long ago, Aaron, did you have an AOL account? Would you admit to?
It was my first account, and I was in, I'm not going to lie, middle school, maybe before. Yeah, it was a long time ago, and it was some like goofy name. But yeah, it was my first account. My dad still has his AOL account, but he's 74, so
Yes.
yeah, he's allowed to.
You are allowed. If you're in your 70s, you're allowed to keep that AOL account. Thank you so much. That is national correspondent Aaron Real. My wife's driving to work right now and knows that I outed her.
And my wife, too, still has an
so
AOL account.
we outed
Both of them. Thank
for
you.
having an AOL account. Coming up on this National Vinyl Record Day, what is the greatest album of all time? We're hearing from you on the free iHeartRadio app on the Talkback feature. More of that coming up. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. He's got another big guest coming up this afternoon. We'll find out who it is. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
And we're back.
We're back.
Sorry, we were outing our wives on other things now.
Ben W. says Aaron Real is a babe.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
That
she's
is the
mainly
truth.
she did a lot of TV work on CNBC.
Yeah, and we know why.
I'm surprised she's slumming it on the radio these days.
But she can work from home on the
Right.
radio. Yeah.
I've got Charlie's text.
Yes, I did. But which one? Because Fragile was great. Yes Songs was great. I mean, there's a bunch of them. I actually was a big fan of Rubber Soul.
That was a great
That album cover.
Yeah, the look and the font on Rubber Soul. Yeah,
It always intrigued me, and I love the album. But
Yeah,
I mean, the
such a great-
artwork was
yeah.
so just different. You know, very
Agreed.
different. Yeah.
Revolver was unusual.
Oh, Revolver was great too because
I
the
think,
artistry.
God, what's his name?
The artist.
Yeah, but he played with them also.
Oh.
Franz. What's his name? He hung out with John Lennon a lot.
Yeah.
He's German.
Yeah, and I can see his
what
face,
the
but I
heck?
can't remember
Yeah,
his name.
Crazy
Yeah.
gray hair.
Damn it.
Search that.
I'll get it. It's Officer John, everybody. Officer John, you guys are bad. My wife still has an AOL and she won't change. I left mine behind years ago.
See, a lot of people can relate to that. Klaus Vormann.
There you go.
German-born artist and bassist. Yeah, Klaus.
Yeah, he did. That was good artwork. Though.
Yeah.
It really was. Now, Black Crowes, the Amorico album. If you got the original cover, which I had it on CD, unfortunately, it wasn't out on album at the time. They since changed it, but it was a girl's bikini down here, and it was a red, white, and blue flag. But on the original one, you could see her legs and you could see her pubes coming out. They changed it to black it out to where you just see the triangle now. But yeah, because I got one of the original ones, and I got it through KZEP. So yeah. Yeah.
You got it before Chris Winston did.
Yes, I did actually, because they used to come to me, and then I would give it to Winston. And curtains drawn in the little room downstairs. Yep, and I like Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Great album. Oh, Legs Diamond. Diamond's Hard Rock. Great album cover. Oh yeah, we're doing After headlines, we're doing more of these, right?
Yes.
God. Flirting with Disaster, Molly Hatch, a great one. Said he went to a great record store in San Antonio. I've never heard of this one, but I wish I would have. Needle Noise on West Kings Highway in Fredericksburg.
I don't know that one either.
That's in Fredericksburg, Texas, though. Okay. No, it's not. West Kings Highway is off of Fredericksburg Road.
That's a fun one. It's not a talkback, but just what was your go-to record store? Mine was Record Hole.
See, mine was Record Hole.
Babcock and Callahan.
Mine was Record Hole at South Park Mall. Until my friend started working at Sound Warehouse when they opened the Sound Warehouse up on Military Drive, and he was working there, and I got him through our Math and Consumer Economics class because he was not up here. He was a great guitarist, but not up here. And I would go and buy like three. I'd bring 3 albums up to the counter, and he would charge me for 3 of those inserts for
Nice.
45s. Yeah, stealing, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, back then I didn't consider that stealing, but it was. Yes, good times. Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Then more of your reaction, the greatest album cover ever. And Charlie Parker has sounded off on this. He sent us a text. We'll tell you who Charlie says has the greatest album cover ever. But first, in for Charity McCurdy, Brian Gann, what stories are you following?
Sunny skies and hot today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Highs 100, 101 all 3 days, but it will feel hotter. It is 81 degrees in Leon Valley, 80 in Helotes, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:22.
San Antonio's first news, EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting technically today, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube stream. You can find us on video on YouTube. Search for 1200 WOAI, and you can find us there on this National Vinyl Record Day. Mr. T gets the credit for today's talkback question. What is the greatest album cover of all time? Go to the talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. You got 30 seconds. Press that microphone button and let us know what you think is the greatest album cover of all time. We get a text from Charlie Parker. He says it has to be one of the many Yes albums.
Like Fragile or Yes songs. Those were great. And by the way, Charlie Parker inducted into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. That induction ceremony is in November.
That was big news.
Congratulations.
That broke on Friday. In fact, I didn't see it until we went off the air at 9 o'clock on Friday. But Charlie Parker already, rightfully so, in the San Antonio Radio Hall of Fame, now the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Next, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes.
We'll get him there, too.
Come on now.
Come on. All right, let's go to the people. Here's Danny in Pipe Creek.
Morning, y'all. This is Danny in Pipe Creek. I'm calling to second the Captain Fantastic album. It's just phenomenal. It came with a poster included. Second would be Molly Hatchet, Flirting with Disaster. If you're looking for a great record store in San Antonio, Needle Noise on West Kings Highway in Fredericksburg is fantastic. Have a great day.
Needle Noise. I like it.
I didn't know. All right, now, Mr. T, what was your, back in the day, what was your go-to record store? Where would you buy your albums?
At the Record Hole at South Park Mall or sometimes the Base Exchange.
Interesting. Record Hole at Babcock and Callahan is where I went. And you mentioned the Base Exchange. My first ever album I ever bought, I believe it was 1965. I'll have to look it up, see when it came out. My mom, I was like 5 or 6 years old, the Beatles Help album.
Oh, cool.
I was a Beatles freak. The movie
Wow,
Help
you were born a
yes.
Beatles freak.
So I saved up some, it was like $2.98
Yeah, it wasn't
back
much,
in the day. I saved up allowance money, and at the Lackland BX.
That's where I got,
That's where I got
bought
Help.
some albums there. All right, we got time for one more. Here we go.
Happy Monday. This is Mariana in San Antonio. And in my opinion, one of the coolest album covers is ZZ Top's Tres Hombres. Thank you guys for all you do. Love your show.
Thank you.
Mariana.
Wow.
Tres Hombres.
It was a great album cover.
By ZZ Top.
Great album cover.
Now, Fandango was also good, but
Yes, it
Tres
was.
Hombres. Now, Tres Hombres, you were talking about that earlier. It had like an interior.
When you opened it up and you pulled out the sleeve, you would see Mexican, dinner, the Los
Excellent.
number 2 dinner, basically with an ice cold beer.
Now, you mentioned Los Number 2 Dinner. Their album covers were pretty. I still own some 45s.
Wow.
Now they're Los Number 3 Dinners,
Yes.
local San Antonio band. Maybe my favorite. Someday we're going to do that one.
Yes.
Favorite local
Oh,
band.
man, there's some good ones.
Los Number 3 Dinners. I still have some 45s they used to sell back in the 80s.
Wow.
Downtown San Antonio, living inside the loop.
Just fantastic stuff, man. Local bands were great at one time, and not so much anymore. You don't see that much anymore.
Los Numbers 3
I know,
Dinners
but
are
we're
still out
talking.
there.
We're
at the
talking
Cove.
like it used to be.
Oh, I know.
It used to be.
You could go to
out,
Cooter Brown's.
Yeah, you could go out on a Friday night and hit a few bands
Go
if
see
you
Beth
wanted
Hooker.
to. Yes.
Sing along with Michael and the Max.
Michael and the Max.
And the Clocks.
And Heyoka and Ashkenaz and
Heyoka.
Jumbo.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, more coming up. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. WOAI News Time 8:26. Sure.
Hey, we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, man.
I'm Logan Stewart with WOAI News and comments on that news. Hola a todos mis amigos.
That and Paul Harvey.
Yes.
Stand by for news.
Good day.
Yes. Dude,
And Henry Guerra.
I'll never forget.
13 Days of the Alamo.
I'll never forget working. I used to come in and have to relieve a guy at noon on WOAI so he could go to lunch. George Rivera was his name.
George Rivera,
And-
one of your favorites. Who'd you like more, George Rivera or Peter Bolger?
Ooh, dude. I think it's a toss-up. I think it should fight, and whoever wins, I'll hate the most. I forgot to record Paul Harvey because we used to have to catch him on satellite.
Wow.
I forgot to record him. Oh my God, dude! I thought people were gonna kill me, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I got threats. I mean,
Wow.
people literally threatened me because I took the hit, man. I was the one who did it. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I never made that mistake ever again. And then I found out that, I didn't know this. This is, something that George should have told me. I could have picked up the phone, called ABC and got a refeed, but he didn't tell me that. Yeah.
Thanks, George.
Yeah, thank you so much. All
George
right.
Rivera told me, I don't know if it's true or not, back when I met him, when he retired, he
Yeah.
said, I made so much money on Clear Channel
Yeah.
stock that it doesn't pay for me to work anymore.
That's what he said.
I'm
That's what he
retiring
said.
on my
But,
channel stock.
all right, I'm going to tell Chris this off the air because I don't know.
Sleepy, I used to be a beer can collector, full cans. I've got some photos of, there's one photo of me. I'm like 17. I'm not even old enough, even when drinking age was 18, to drink, and I had a collection. Okay, everybody.
We got lots to talk about.
Beautiful.
I'm going to put the promo in. But Kamala Harris has not said that. Kamala. All right. Going out to East Texas to start with.
Okay.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer, brain salad surgery. Loved it. Hello, everybody. Is that Jason McCullum?
That's him.
Hey, can I just tell you that I think Terry Fox is, no, I'm just kidding. Greatest boss ever. Yeah, brain salad surgery, that's right. Man, I remember seeing Emerson, Lake and Palmer at the Sunken Gardens. And I think it was Emerson. Yeah, Emerson was the keyboard player. He did a keyboard solo with a keyboard. He laid on the ground, pulling the thing on top of him, playing it while he's laying on the ground. It was amazing. It was very good. Katie. Yeah, it was Keith Emerson. Yeah, he was the keyboard player. They were great, man. Loved them. See, then one day we could do album titles. One of my favorites, REO Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish.
That was a classic.
It's a great one. Brain salad surgery, another good one.
Yeah.
Goodbye Yellow Brick Road was a fantastic name of an album.
Excellent. Yeah.
Oh, she's the principal of Coker Elementary. Damn, they're younger. Younger and younger.
Wow, that's the principal.
Yeah. We're going to go to Bill in East Texas. Now, the Big Bamboo, wasn't the rolling paper inside when you opened it up?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
It was as if
as if you were opening up a
rolling paper and one
a
was
bamboo.
Yes.
Yeah, because I've bought bamboos before. I mean, I've seen some people with bamboos before.
Yeah, that's what the kids tell me.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this.
San Antonio's first news coming up. More of your reaction on this National Vinyl Album Day, Vinyl Record Day. What's the greatest album cover? Same thing of all time. Also, a major birthday out there today. Thank goodness Facebook reminded me. But first, Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. What's happening this afternoon? He's got a guest who knows a lot about Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. That's right. He ran against Tim Walz for governor of Minnesota. Obviously, he didn't win, but Dr. Scott Jensen made a lot of noise, made a lot of waves because he's been very persecuted by the left in this country and in that state because he actually wanted to help people get better from the pandemic. Remember, you had to get in line and say you had to get the shot. Ivermectin didn't work. Hydroxychloroquine didn't work. This is a doctor who said, we're going to throw everything at it to try to see what does work. And he was right. He talks about how Republicans have to focus if they want to make sure they get the White House back this November. That plus Kay Smythe on the Joe Pags Show today at 5, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
Thanks, Joe. We'll see you then. The Joe Pags Show, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. today and every weekday on 1200 WOAI. Before we proceed, Mr. T, this is one of the reasons I appreciate Facebook. It reminds me there's a major birthday today. Friend of the show, and this one will give it all away. King of all media.
Richard Oliver. Happy birthday.
Oliver. Happy birthday. And we're going to have him on the show
Wednesday.
Richard Oliver. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, my brother from
fine
another mother.
Human being.
Yes.
A great American.
He is a great American.
Richard Oliver.
All right, you ready to hear from the people?
Yes. So the question is, what is the greatest album cover ever?
Let's go out to East Texas.
Good morning, y'all. Bill from East Texas. The greatest album cover of all time has to be the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It is just awesome.
There you go.
Bill, I'm with, and I love the way you're very dramatic.
Yes.
He was slowly building up to it.
I know. I can hardly
Bill,
wait.
that's mine. I am with you. We agree. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Let's go to a longtime listener.
Good morning. This is Janet, longtime listener. Second time caller, maybe. The best album cover I remember goes back to maybe in the 70s, early 80s. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. The name of the album was called Carnival. It was a grayish, smokish skull looking, had like 3 folds, and you fold it out. Man, it was awesome. And the music.
It was great, but the name of the album was actually Brain Salad Surgery. The song was Carnival No. 9 was on there. So, yes, Brain Salad Surgery. Great, great album cover.
So you're correcting Janet.
I'm just
second
reminding
time,
her.
long-time
I
listener.
know.
And
I know. Just wanted her to know that
right.
if she's looking to get that album.
We're all about accuracy here on 1200 WOAI.
All right, let's go out to Sam.
This is Sam. I like the artwork on all the Yes albums. That's kind of trippy. Of course, we can't forget Sticky Fingers by the Stones. And Candy O's got Whipped Cream Girl beat all to hell. See y'all later. Have a good Monday.
Now, as far as Yes albums, we learned earlier this hour, Charlie Parker votes for the Yes albums.
Yes.
Plural.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is great, man, which is great. All right, let's go to Converse.
Good morning, everyone. This is Craig from Converse. The best album cover of all time, well, since Sgt. Pepper was already taken. The Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers with the zipper. Gotta love it. I had my first copy and was bent in the middle because of the zipper. But then I got the new copy. Y'all remember that, right? Have a great day.
Okay, I want to know how it got bent in the middle. I mean,
Yeah,
is
somebody
that
must have been-
Peroni's?
Somebody must have been getting overzealous with that zipper.
All right.
Just saying.
Yeah, let's go to Sarah.
Good morning, San Antonio. This is Sarah. The album cover that I like is Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy from Elton John. There's just so much to look at. It's fascinating. Have a great day.
She's right.
And that was your first
That
choice
was
out
my
of the
first
gate.
choice because I looked at that thing so many times and just saw different stuff every time I looked at it.
So Bill reaffirmed my first choice, and
Yes.
Sarah affirmed your first choice.
Yes. Now, this is an interesting one because, yes, a lot of times, kids, the albums came with posters in them. And this is a story about a Queen album with a poster in it.
Good morning, team. Regarding the album covers, I don't know about album covers, but the best album poster of all time was in the Queen album Jazz. And if you don't remember the poster, go ahead and look it up, but you may not want to do it at work. That's it. Have a great day.
He's right.
Now, explain to the people why they won't want to be searching that imagery at work.
Because it's a bunch of people, mainly women, riding bicycles, and they're not wearing clothes.
They're naked.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's why.
Very, very nice.
Pretty sure he's just giving you that warning. Do not do this at work. All right, here's the last one.
Wording. I'm going to put a caveat to your album cover and go with Earth, Wind, and Fire, Way of the World. Probably the greatest cover for showing a full band on the cover. That would be my caveat.
Well, he's right, though, but it had to be a double album because his band was so big.
Yes, and it was.
It was good.
I was a huge Earth, Wind, and Fire fan. By the way, they're going to Houston August 24th. They're playing with Chicago. It's a double bill. I will be there in Houston to see that one. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, it was a it was white background, black and white photo of Earth, Wind, and Fire.
But the band is
That's
so
the way of the
big,
world, yes.
you need to have a double album so they can put the whole band on there. Yes.
It was a tremendous album.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
More coming up. We're with you till 9 o'clock this morning. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 846. Recognized.
Who is it?
Somebody just got in here and mentioned Big Bamboo, which I was just talking to Tim about the fact that it had huge rolling papers
Giant
in it.
rolling paper. Who is it?
It works for the CRICH Critchburg.
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 Huh.
Welcome in. Big Bamboo. But
great.
yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big Cheech and Chong fan, man.
Oh, I thought you were a big fan of giant rolling papers.
Giant
Chris,
rolling
yes.
papers also. The kids tell me.
Or as we like to call them, Cheech and Chongers.
Yes.
I never forget, man, when the first time I saw Up in Smoke at the theater, I thought the movie was great. I watched it, 25 years later and I go, This ain't that good,
Well,
man.
were you high when you watched it in the theater? Maybe that.
Well, I thought that was a prerequisite.
Why? I think it's
I thought you
illegal
had
to watch a Cheech and Chong movie. And
Maybe
not
that
be
was the
high.
problem when I watched it at home, was I
you
wasn't.
needed
It,
to be
it
high.
didn't make any sense.
You needed to be high.
Oh God. Michael J. Hall, everybody.
Woo!
Yeah, don't try to email Michael Hall. If you try, I love that show. Still love that show. Sausages.
I had Los Cochinos.
Oh, that's another good
and
one.
that was the one you'd pull it out.
Yes.
They're in the car, and on the inside of the door, you saw the weed on
Los
the inside of the
Cochinos,
door,
man. I
kind of
forgot
hidden
that
until
one
you
too,
pulled
man.
the sleeve out.
Chris, stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together and in for Charity McCurdy, who this morning sent her daughter off to first grade for the first time ever on the big bus. We'll hear about that tomorrow. Brian Gann, what are you covering?
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, Wednesday, all 3 days. Highs 100, 101, but it will feel hotter. It is 80 degrees in Leon Valley, 80 in China Grove, and 79 right here in Stono. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news. A big thank you to Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco for flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew not only making sure that our YouTube broadcast is going well. He directs that. Find us at 1200 WOAI on YouTube. But Andrew also went to battle with a lot of our
powers that be.
The powers that be to make sure that the Barry Manilow tickets were distributed to those who won Barry Manilow tickets. That concert is on Thursday. And thank you to Barry Manilow for joining us earlier this morning on this program.
Yeah, because the word was if our listeners did not get their tickets, he was not going to perform.
But you don't want to get Barry mad.
No,
Barry
no.
seems like a really, really nice guy on
Until
stage.
you get him angry.
You get him angry, and there's going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, lots of hell to
Kidding.
pay.
Barry Manilow is the nicest guy in the world.
Now, Chris, we were talking with our national correspondent, Aaron Rial, at 8:10 this morning about the Trump campaign getting hacked. And I'm not making this up. Over the weekend, Saturday mostly, I got like 8 text messages between him and J.D. Vance. And I normally get 1 or 2 a weekend, but I got like 8 of them. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with the hacking.
Might have been.
That's not normal.
And that's got to be so, I'm sure these campaigns, the Trump campaign and now the Harris campaign, must have so many safeguards in place.
Oh, yeah.
Because not only foreign adversaries, and even though
But
Aaron
you
Rial
brought it
kind
up,
of
yes.
disagreed with me, I'll bet you there are operatives on both sides, Republican and Democrat, who are trying to hack the other campaign to get emails, to get information. I mean,
politics is dirty business sometimes.
It
you know?
is, and there's big power on the line.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
both sides.
I think you're on to something, Chris.
I think
because
so.
guess what? You can blame it on a foreign entity, and you're doing it from the other campaign.
Yeah. Or you employ a foreign entity to do it. So if they get busted, you go,
hey, I don't know nothing
somebody in
about
Zimbabwe
that.
did that. I know nothing
Zimbabwe.
about that.
You don't hear enough about Zimbabwe.
You don't, and not, no. We try to cover Zimbabwe on the show, but we need to do
Our
a better job.
Zimbabwe correspondent is not with us today.
No, not
so,
with us
yes.
today. And also not with us today, Charity McCurdy. She will be with us tomorrow. This was a big day for Charity. She sent her daughter off to first grade.
Ayla went to first grade, and I know it's just as much stress on mom as it is on the kid.
Yes.
I do know that.
She said on Friday she would be emotional. We absolutely understand that. And joining us tomorrow as well, Charlie Parker, newly minted, although not yet inducted, that's coming up in October, to the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Well deserved. Congratulations,
Charlie Parker, everybody. And a happy birthday to Richard Oliver, the king of all media.
Amen.
We will reconvene tomorrow. We've got Glenn Beck moments away. Brian Gann in for Charity with all the stories that you need to know about at the top of the hour. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute. See y'all later.
Have a great one. See you mañana.
Critchburg, Tim, Sleepy, Trevin, Travis. Everybody
have a good one, man.
See you next time.
Bye.